Good evening. I call the regular meeting of the Ames City Council for Tuesday, August 25th to order. Welcome, everybody. We're going to start off with a proclamation. So I invite the city staff that's going to join me at the podium. John, who's running the water plant and the sewer plant right now? Water and Wastewater Workers Week. Whereas safe, reliable drinking water and effective wastewater services are essential to the health, safety, quality of life, and economic vitality of the Ames community. And whereas the essential work of operating a modern, innovative utility requires a wide array of skills and expertise in the treatment plants, in the field, and in the office. And whereas water and wastewater professionals often work nights, weekends, holidays, and in difficult situations to protect the community and maintain uninterrupted service. And whereas the work performed by these employees is often taken for granted, precisely because they do their job so well, and whereas the City of Ames recognizes the knowledge, skill, professionalism, dedication, and commitment demonstrated by its water and wastewater workforce, and acknowledges the vital role these employees play in supporting the community and contributing to the continued success of Ames. Therefore, I, John A. Hale, Mayor of the City of Ames, Iowa, do hereby proclaim August 23rd through 29th, 2026 as Water and Wastewater Workers Week. I encourage all residents to join me in recognizing and expressing appreciation to the dedicated employees who work every day around the clock to provide safe drinking water, protect our environment, and ensure reliable water and wastewater services for our community. John, do you want to offer a few comments and introduce your guests?
Thank you, Mayor. Behind me from pretty much every division, and we'll wave at Justin from Public Works out there. But running a water wastewater system takes more than just the staff from Water and Pollution Control or Public Works. We rely on staff from all city departments like finance, fleet, human resources, legal, city manager's office. They all contribute to the success of the utilities. We really want to acknowledge tonight the staff who work full-time, dedicated to providing these essential services, our office staff, our engineers and technical teams, the folks in our lab, water meter divisions, the maintenance teams out in the fields and working in the plants. Especially want to recognize the staff from Public Works and Water and Pollution Control who work and respond on a 24/7 basis. Those are the folks who are out in the trenches, whether it's minus 10 degrees or 110 degrees. They're the folks who are eating their lunch at 2 a.m. so that you can take a shower at 6 a.m. And they're the so that you can build family traditions and memories. So on behalf of all of those individuals, I want to express appreciation to the mayor and the council for
All right, move on to item number 2. I have a presentation from the Kevin Burke and Discover Ames on the Ames Event Center presentation. Kevin?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight on behalf of Discover Ames, but really on behalf of the entire Ames community. Before I begin, if I could ask those in attendance tonight, those that are in support of the Ames Event Center, to please raise your hand. Thank you. These supporters include the Discover Ames Board of Directors, hoteliers, restaurateurs, small business owners, young professionals, some old professionals, as well as other business leaders, and not just business leaders from Ames. We have in the room tonight leaders from Des Moines and outside of Ames that are very interested in this project and the success. They believe in Ames and the whole idea of this project. The idea of an event center is not a new idea. For 30 years, independent studies have been consistently telling us the same thing. Ames does not have enough conference and event space to meet the needs of the community and compete effectively for events. The first comprehensive study, which was done in 1995, identified approximately 35,000 square feet of event space need. In 2010, that's another study showed an increase and estimated approximately 40,000 square feet of event space need. In 2014, another study confirmed that and came to that same conclusion of 40,000 square feet. The most recent study that we completed just last year in 2025, that feasibility study concluded that Ames needs a minimum of 30,000, and they use the term minimum of 30,000 square feet of additional event space. 4 independent studies over nearly 3 decades have identified the same community need. Now we have an opportunity to turn that need into a long-term investment for our community. So what's the cost of not making that investment? Other Iowa communities have made the investment. Des Moines, Council Bluffs, Cedar Rapids, Sioux City, Dubuque, Ottumwa, Davenport, Bettendorf, I can go on and on, Coralville. And these communities are competing with Ames for conferences and meetings and events, banquets, and other trade shows. While Ames doesn't have the facility to host these events, the economic activity simply doesn't disappear. It goes somewhere else. And that means restaurant meals, retail purchases, hotel room stays, entertainment spending goes to other communities instead of Ames. Coralville provides perhaps the best Iowa example. 20 years ago, they made a strategic public investment in a hotel and a conference center that the city of Coralville owns today. That a recent study, which was just completed within the last several weeks, I forwarded that study to you, revealed that a $1.1 billion cumulative economic output into the area because of that investment. In 25 alone, the Coralville Hotel and Conference Center generated $24 million of direct output. So what's the economic opportunity for Ames? The 2025 study that CBRE completed for us concluded that Ames market can support a new event center and projected significant visitor activity. We hired an economist, Mark Immerman, to evaluate the feasibility study to confirm that what they were telling us was correct. And his analysis projected $49.6 million in new annual economic output in the Ames area. But the most important for a Discover Ames standpoint perspective is that the event center is projected to generate approximately $15.9 million of new annual visitor spending. That's real money, and that's money that's not being spent in the event center. That's spent in our restaurants, our retails, our hotels, and on entertainment, transportation, and on down the list. These are reoccurring annual benefits generated by visitors coming to Ames to attend events. We believe the time has come to move the planning from planning to partnership. And I understand there's no action tonight by council on anything that I'm presenting. However, I asked the city to take 3 important steps. First, we asked the city to commit to half of the estimated $25 million cost to construct the event center. Discover Ames, the Ames Regional Economic Alliance, and other community partners will work together to raise the remaining half through private philanthropy, corporate support, county participation, state grants, and other grants and additional fundraising. Second, we ask the city to own the event center as a public asset. Discover Ames will work with the city and our community partners to maximize bookings, attract conferences and events, and market the facility as a destination that generates economic activity throughout Ames. And then third, we ask that the city establish an Ames Event Center Public-Private Partnership Working Group. The working group would include representatives from the city, Discover Ames, and other key community stakeholders, and meet regularly to keep the project moving forward, coordinate public-private partnership, and work through the key issues necessary to bring the event center to reality. The need has been clearly established. Today, we have an opportunity to move this plan from planning to partnership and turn the longstanding need into a lasting community asset. This is not simply a request to build another building. This is an investment in downtown. It's an investment in local business and the hospitality industry. It's an investment in the future growth and economic development in Ames. And it's an opportunity to create a lasting public asset that will serve Ames for generations to come. We believe this is an opportunity for Ames to move from nearly 30 years of identifying the need and finally building the solution. We respectfully ask that you take the next step with us today. Thank you.
Okay, Council, any questions for Kevin tonight?
So how far in the weeds should we get? I mean, we've got an agenda tonight, so keep it fairly high level.
We're going to limit this to 10 minutes or less in conversation tonight. I want to be done in by 6:25.
Sure. So let me just keep this at a high level. So, Kevin, could you give us a sense of the time frame that you're hoping all this comes together?
That's something that we have been working on. There's still a lot of details, obviously, with this partnership and meeting with Steve on just a week ago, and understanding that with the investment that the city is making, this becomes a city project that the city would be responsible for constructing. So with that being said, the timeline is a little bit in flux because of the city taking the lead on the construction of the building. Our hope originally was that we would be able to raise the funds, build it, and then donate it to the city for ownership, but that's not going to be feasible. So our hope is that we would still have this constructed and be able to sell. I've got staff out here that are wanting to sell, to bring in groups in 2029. That's our hope.
And I'll just ask one more and give council a chance to ask questions. So I wanted to say thank you to all the people who have submitted letters. I don't know how many we've received, maybe 30, 40 letters. So that's phenomenal support. So thank you for taking the time to write. So could you address the question of if there is a shortfall, and I don't know that there would be, but if there was a shortfall in the operating costs, could you address your best view of how that shortfall would be covered?
Sure. Great question, Tim. And it's something we've had a lot of discussion on. The feasibility study came back and showed zero shortfall. We know of venues in Iowa, over in Davenport, a venue that's three times the size that we're talking about building, and they have a shortfall of $500,000 annually. And they have that in their city budget as a general line item to cover that shortfall. But we also know there's other venues, and I can use Dubuque as an example. The Grand River Center, again, that's about 3 times our size. They had their largest shortfall just last year. They've been open 20 years, and their shortfall was only $40,000. So I think a lot of it has to do with management, age of facility, and a number of factors. But we do have the ability to utilize some of the revenues that will be generated by constructing this, revenues through hotel motel tax. We have not approved it from our board standpoint, but it is a point of discussion of potentially utilizing some of those dollars to help if there is a shortfall. The city would also receive estimated about $200,000 in hotel motel tax that could also be used for that shortfall. And there's some other mechanisms that we're working through the state legislature right now, Tourism Improvement District, and once that gets approved from the state legislature, it's something that we could potentially implement here that could also be used for any potential shortfall.
Great, thank you.
Other questions?
What about a shortfall in the construction cost? What if 25 million, what if it ends up being different? Yeah, would we come back? That would be another consideration too.
That's a good question, Bronwyn. We're hoping that's not going to be the case, but I think, as you know, and it's not a surprise that when the city takes on the construction costs do raise. However, we have been very conservative in the $25 million number. Most of the estimates are between 18 to 21 million. So we already have kind of a buffer in there. Also with the timeline, things increase every year as well. But there is a chance, depending upon what's going to be included in the venue, and what would be the level of finishes of the building could vary drastically. And so I think that's where the working group comes in to work through those issues. And if we do need to come back and ask for more and raise additional funds, then maybe that's what we have to do. Or we end up scaling back what's actually included in the venue.
Sure. Thank you.
Other questions? Gloria, do you have any questions?
No, Mayor, I think I've had all my questions answered at the Discover Ames Board's meetings. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll throw out one more question. So you mentioned Mark, is it Mark Immerman?
Yes.
I saw that presentation was very helpful on the subject of sales taxes. And it's something that as a council, we need to think more about in terms of how we fund things here. And so do you have any thoughts about the impact of the event center on sales taxes?
I think that we need to diversify our income in Ames. We rely heavily on property tax, and this is one of those avenues that would certainly help do that. We're estimating to bringing in 19 to 20,000 additional visitors into the community that would be staying overnight. That's not just additional visitors, that's additional that's staying overnight, so that number is probably double that. And that would make a significant impact in sales tax, but I don't have an exact number to.
That's great. Thank you.
Nita, any questions?
No, not at this time.
Amber?
No,
No.
thank you.
All right. Very good.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone for being here too.
All right. We'll move on to consent agenda. Does council want to pull any item tonight? Hearing none, I entertain a motion to approve consent.
Move consent. Second.
Roll call.
Betcher,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corrieri,
Aye.
Rollins,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to public forum. This time we set aside for comments from the public on topics of city business other than those on the agenda. Ask people to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. Is there anyone who wants to address council tonight under public forum? Please.
Good evening, Karen Sevdy, Story County Community Foundation. Just providing you with a brief update on our community grants for this year. Last year, we granted nearly $300,000. Our largest grant was an impact grant to the Story County Conservation for the Deppie Family Park, which is just south of the McFarland Park, and Hickory Grove, and to restore the beachhead there. This year, our grant applications are due September 30th. You all know some 501c3 nonprofit organizations that may wish to have a grant, so please share this information. We also give small business grants. This year, we'll give $11,000 to small businesses across. Our largest grant is going to be $50,000, and our community betterment grants are now up to $25,000. So any information for the audience, look on our website, storycountyfoundation.org, for the grant application information. Happy to answer any questions, but otherwise you know where to reach me.
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Is anybody else?
Hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Stacy Ross. I am Chair of Friends of Roosevelt Park, which produces the Roosevelt Summer Sundays concert series. I'm here to invite you to our last remaining concert of the 23rd season. It is Sunday, August 30th at 7 p.m. in Roosevelt Park. We're hosting Southbound, a local band, which is an Allman Brothers tribute band. We do hope you can join us for this event. If you've never been to one of our concerts before, you're in for a treat. With local musicians entertaining a park full of happy people of all ages. You'll see folks dancing, attentively listening, connecting with neighbors, and playing soccer and ping pong. We keep the music playing each year largely through contributions from hundreds of individual donors and an occasional grant, such as this year from the Ames Commission on the Arts. We're thankful for the broad support of our neighbors and city leaders, including the Ames Parks and Recreation, which gives this park in the center of Ames a unique rhythm, creating community connections. We hope you can join us for lots of smiles and a bright spot of summer.
Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for coming. Thank you. We also got your email, I believe, too. Thank you. Anybody else? All right, we'll move on to item number 29, building and fire code discussion.
I thought all these guys were your cups.
It's intense. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Is it working? Internet working?
Yeah.
Building and fire
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Rich Higgins with the Ames Fire Department. I'm excited to have alongside with me our city building official, Sarah Van Metren, and our assistant building official, Scott McCambridge. Tonight, we're here to talk about the building code adoption and the fire code. It's been a few years. As you've seen, we've adopted the 2015. We are here before you tonight to update those codes to follow suit with the state. And I'm going to have Sarah walk us through kind of some of the building codes that we're required to follow, some that we have some local amendment opportunities on, and then also some new things that the state has come out with. So I'll turn it over to Sarah.
Thank you. Good evening. As the chief said, we are currently on the 2015 code cycles. The state of Iowa has recently adopted 2024. That's the most recent version of the international codes, which are updated every 3 years, and we have the opportunity to adopt them. The state did make a change this year regarding electrical codes. With the plumbing and mechanical codes, we cannot be less restrictive than the state. So locally, we can adopt amendment that is more restrictive, but not less. So we have to at least follow the state standard. That used to be the same with electrical, but this year they decided to take our ability to be more restrictive away. So we're effectively adopting the electrical code that the state of Iowa adopted this year. We're not allowed to have any local amendments. That is going to change. The language that they wrote in says that it will be rescinded in probably January when they adopt their next code cycle. So it really the electrical code changes will only be in effect for about 6 months, and then they'll change it. So we'll probably be back in front of you sometime in the spring. But for now, we've got the state electrical code, plumbing and mechanical. We can be more restrictive, not less restrictive. And the state code, we're able to have whatever amendments we want. We prefer to be consistent with other jurisdictions with most of our codes, just so that our customers have the same rules everywhere they work. It helps with our ISO rating too to adopt the most recent building codes. Our outreach in January, we held a lunch and learn with the Ames home builders. It was probably 50 something people there. Homewood Golf Course building was packed, so whatever that holds. Really good opportunity to get in front of them and talk, get their input. They were so interested in it, they actually created their own committee to help research, review what other business people, construction developers in the community were wanting. They created that committee, and then met with us to go through them. So we walked through with them. We were able to change several different things that were maybe little interpretations. We kind of made the code clear in some areas so that just to confirm we're all on the same page. We also partnered with the water department. They had some code updates early spring that they wanted out. So we partnered with them and had another public outreach meeting. And then we had the Building Board of Appeals meeting. So in your staff packet, it talks about what was done at that meeting and what the board's recommendations were. So all opportunities for outreach. We're very pleased with the home builders' interaction and ability to help us. I think this is maybe the first year we've ever done code adoptions where we had more than one person show up. So that was kind of fun. Your packet goes through everything. This table is in the packet, but it kind of just summarizes. The first column is what we have currently adopted. The second column is what the international code states. And then what the AHBA, the Home Builders Association, wanted. And then what the Building Board of Appeals recommended. The very last column is what staff is proposing for you today. The ordinance that's in front of you incorporates all of those items in that column. If you wish to have us look more into any of the other proposals or draft those into the ordinance, we can do that for second reading. What's that? Oh, so yes, the four up here, as we worked with the home builders, they came with a list of items that they had concerns about. We were able to work through several of those concerns. These were the four that were remaining that we then took to our Building Board of Appeals for some direction from them. And that's how we got their recommendation as well. So we weren't quite able to come to an agreement on everything, but we did on a lot of things. The chief wants to talk about smoke alarms.
Every opportunity I get. So one of the things new that the state has actually had out for a little while is a smoke detector requirement. And in Ames, one of the things that we looked at is that when you added a bedroom, that's when it kicked in that you had to go through and make sure you had smoke alarms, which is great. The state is a little more restricted. The state says whenever you pull a permit, you're required to go through and make sure you have smoke detectors in every sleeping room, outside, and then on every level. When we met with Ames Home Builders and the Building Board of Appeals, some of the feedback that we got was, well, any permit that I pull, I'm going to have install smoke detectors. That's, I'm in HVAC. I'm not in installing smoke detectors. So we got really good feedback from them. The state requirement was that whenever you pulled a permit, you would have to add a smoke detector. Based on feedback, we went ahead and said, hey, if you pull a permit for electrical, mechanical, or plumbing, we're not going to require you to update the smoke detectors at that time. We thought that was maybe a little too intrusive. But if you pull a building permit, if you pull a mechanical or plumbing permit that has a fuel burning appliance such as a furnace or a water heater, then we are asking you to take a look and update the smoke detectors as well as the carbon monoxide detectors in the home. So on this slide, it just talks a little bit about when and where those are going to be required. And then also a little bit on the next slide, it talks a little bit about carbon monoxide detectors and where those would be required and when. With that, we're happy to entertain any questions on the code that we have presented before you with the building code as well as the fire code.
We should add too that the requirement for the alarms, both carbon monoxide and smoke alarms, are allowed to be battery operated. So they don't have to be hardwired in. So maybe you're remodeling your bathroom, that we're not asking you to hardwire everything into your house at that time. The idea is that over time you come into more compliance. We want you to have the smoke alarm there. So for some, hardwiring is so cost prohibitive, we'd rather just let you have them there. And I think technology has come up to date with, we have now there's a 10-year sealed detector that you don't even have to test the batteries. So that's all really better than testing batteries, because we know not everybody is great about that. So we prefer having detectors in there. They're not hardwired. They only have to connect with any new detectors they put in. So they don't even have to talk to the other detectors in the house. So we're trying to make it so everybody can have smoke detectors. The rule is not cost prohibitive. We want safe properties, but we understand too that this is asking you to install, maybe a $50 alarm where you weren't planning on it if you just installed a water heater.
Can you just clarify that last point about interconnection?
Yeah, so when you build a house now, your alarms have to be interconnected. They have to talk to each other. So if an alarm goes off in the basement, you can hear it on the third floor. What we're saying is that whatever you have in your house today, whether it's interconnected or not, you're probably not going to be able to buy an alarm that talks to what you have today.
Right.
So we're saying whatever you put in today should talk to each other. So if you have, in that example, there's 2 alarms that are required outside of the bedroom areas. Those 2, if those are the 2 new ones, they would have to talk to each other, but nowhere else in the house. If you already had one of those in place and you were adding the second one, it doesn't need to talk to anything.
Okay.
We'd love it if it did, but that's
Right.
not what we're
Right.
asking for.
Okay. That's a good clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, and just for reference, the state had the interconnection in 2016 is when that requirement came out. So a lot of homes that have been built since then already have that built into it with the interconnection.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just want to make clear that if you start pulling permits and they have existing detectors already, and you have to put in more because to meet the requirements, do you have to go back and replace all of the detectors or not? And the answer is no.
No.
It's just the new ones. If you have to put in 2 or 3, they have to be interconnected wirelessly or hardwired up to the homeowner. Okay.
And so the state's had this in place for quite a while. In fact, if you fill out your homestead exemption, your credit, you check on there that you have carbon monoxide and smoke alarms as required by the code. So I checked with the assessor and they said we have 8,000 people taking advantage of the homestead credit. So in theory, 8,000 properties should already be in compliance. In addition to what we require through the rental code, those properties are already in compliance too. So I don't think there will be that many that aren't. But if they are, we'll make sure they get some.
Thank you. Questions?
So just a couple. I don't remember receiving any correspondence from the home builders or contractors about this. I don't know if anyone did. I haven't received anything on this. If you were to offer, like, were there any particular issues that sort of surfaced as being sort of gaining consensus among the people that were there at that meeting? Like, if you could channel, what were they wanting to see that's not here? Could you speak to that?
So I would say maybe Scott wants to do it. The floor assembly, I think, is maybe the one that is in their minds most cost prohibitive for the future. It's basically asking you to drywall the ceiling of your basement to protect that floor from anything that should happen in the basement. But that's only on basements that are not finished. So when they're constructed, if you're not finishing your basement, we'd ask you to put that protection in. And I ran the numbers from last year, and only a quarter of the homes that were built last year that had a basement had unfinished basements. So the number that we're talking about with that it would apply to is really quite small. And just talking amongst staff, the level of protection that it requires, it wasn't something we were really willing to move on.
Okay, thanks for that. And final question, in talking with contractors, and this is an ongoing dialogue, we have the code, and then we have the interpretation of the code. And so I know that there are challenges when the contractor reads the code one way and then the inspector comes out and they say, no, you've interpreted it incorrectly. So with these changes, do you think that these changes move us towards greater clarity in the code, or are we creating some potential areas of additional ambiguity that we're going to be sideways with contractors on interpretation? Is that?
Yeah, I don't think that there's always different interpretations, but when we adopt the international codes, those have been vetted. They're adopted in many other jurisdictions, and they come with a commentary that really explains why the code is there, what the intent was. We use that a lot. Scott uses that a lot. We talk with the contractors. When there's things in the field where maybe what the code is saying doesn't make sense, we typically work with the contractor to do something that makes sense without compromising the level of safety. So we really actually, I love when people question our interpretation because it often gets us to think about something in a different way. And it's kind of fun to figure out all the different views. So if you do have an interpretation that maybe isn't clear, I'd welcome feedback on that. I do think that what we did with the code, our primary goal was try to clean up a lot of the amendments that we already had that maybe didn't make sense, or we couldn't even figure out why they were still there.
And to be honest, this puts us a lot more in line with our neighboring jurisdictions. Sarah and Scott have done a lot of outreach to find out what other communities are doing. So whether you're building in Ames, 30 miles or 60 miles down the road, there's some consistency there so that you don't have to read the code when you come into a community when it's time to build. So we found that was very helpful to get feedback there.
And I'll just add too, that's where a lot of the confusion comes into play, is just different jurisdictions that operate a little bit differently, right? So you have contractors that work down in Des Moines or up here in Ames, and so maybe things are interpreted a little bit different in each jurisdiction. So that's where most of the confusion comes in.
Well, and it can be some pretty serious differences if you bid a project and you think you're interpreting it one way, and then the inspector says, no, you interpret the wrong way. Well, now I've got to redo the project, and I've already bid it, and I've got a contract. And so last question. So I love the feedback and participation you had from home builders. Do you have a plan? I don't know what the right time frame is, but I would love that the idea of sort of intentionally reaching back to the home builders to say, look, we've had this in place for a year. How is it going? Are there any things that we need to hear? Is that something that you're thinking about?
Yep. And actually, Scott attends the home builders meetings every month. So we, I think, have a good relationship with them. He goes every month and says, tell me what's going wrong in the field. And we don't get much feedback. So we love feedback, good or bad. We want to make it easy and enjoyable to work with our office. We know that we're not desired, and so if we can help people. We also have a pretty good plan review process where we review plans ahead of time. So, we can start looking at plans well in advance of the project and let you know what changes might need to be made before it gets to that point where now it's affecting the cost drastically.
Great. Thanks for these comments.
Other questions? So to this, I fully agree with you, Chief. We want smoke detectors. We want CO detectors. It saves lives, essentially. I'm just thinking about, it says any fuel-fired appliance. So new gas range, you got to put in smoke detectors if you don't have them.
A new gas range would only trigger the carbon monoxide detector.
Okay.
And it'd be one outside of the bedroom area.
Furnaces and water heaters.
If they're fuel fired, then it would trigger the CO detector.
Okay. So
otherwise, if you do an electric water heater, then nothing, obviously.
Right. Understood. So what kind of feedback did we get from mechanical contractors in terms of the mechanisms? Because let's just say I call them after this goes into effect and I don't have smoke detectors, and then they say, oh yeah, I'm going to come out. And they said, oh, by the way, you need to put in 6 detectors here, essentially. So I'm just trying to avoid the blowback and education to the public and explain why that is, both for your department, council, and also in fairness to the homeowner, because that's going to add X number of dollars to the project. Not that it shouldn't, but I'm just trying to tease that.
Yeah, initially we heard from one of the HVAC companies that's part of the home builders, and the concern was, I think mostly when they thought we would require they were interconnected, that maybe that's not a service they're able to provide, and now you need two contractors when you're putting in a water heater. So removing that requirement to be interconnected, I think we feel that it shouldn't be too difficult to carry a carbon monoxide detector on their vehicle and be able to install it at that time. It might increase their cost. I'm looking into doing like a little flyer or something that the contractors can use with them to carry with them to explain what the city rule requires and what their options were. Perhaps a homeowner wants to buy their own. They can buy their own and install it and call us for an inspection at a later time.
So then when the inspector comes out to look at the installed appliance, they'll also be responsible for verifying that compliance has been achieved with the smoke or carbon monoxide. Then,
Correct.
right?
Yep.
And then on the I can understand why there's concern about the fire-rated floor assembly and having to take drywall down when you want to finish the basement because you got to get ductwork and wiring. Is a fire-rated suspended acoustical tile ceiling acceptable if they can provide certification that it meets a 1 hour fire protection in lieu of drywall?
Absolutely. So there's lots of different alternatives. We could look at any of those. Because the code requirement isn't a full 1 hour rated assembly. It's only the 1/2-inch drywall. Doesn't have to be mudded, taped, textured, any of that. It's just screwed to the ceiling.
Just trying to think of a way to help people understand how they could take tile out to put in electric fixtures if they wanted to do that in lieu of a drywall. I'm not saying that that's not, it looks officey, so to speak, but I'm just trying to think of options. So that would be a possibility. Doesn't have to be drywall. Correct. As long as it meets a certain criteria that you've set.
Correct. Yep.
All right. Any other questions? All right, open up public comment. Does anyone want to address council on this topic tonight? If you introduce yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Jake Hansen, and I'm a co-owner of Prairie Land Homes here in Ames. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Ames Home Builders Association. And before I get to our request, I did want to thank the staff for how this process was run. The outreach sessions that the HBA's own review committee got to attend, and then 2 separate meetings with the Building Board of Appeals in March and April. That's exactly the kind of careful, deliberate review a community should expect before it changes the rules that shape the cost of every home built in town. Housing affordability is a real strain on our community right now. Every requirement added to the building code, even a well-intentioned one, becomes a line item baked into every price, or a price into every home. And these added costs don't just stop with the one buyer that buys the new home. They keep people from purchasing new homes that would otherwise open up to existing homes as well. Often less expensive homes for families that need them now are not available. With that in mind, I'm asking the council to adopt Alternative 3, the amendments recommended by your own Building Board of Appeals. One of those amendments involves the rated floor assembly requirement for unfinished basements. Staff's own estimate puts the added cost, which was ours as well, to $2,000 to $3,000 per home. And although only 25% of the homes are built with an unfinished basements, that's still 15 to 20 homes built a year. The cost falls hardest on the buyers purchasing a starter home with an unfinished basement. They plan to finish themselves down the road. And when they do, the drywall typically has to come down. It's not salvageable to run any wiring, plumbing, or ductwork. If there are any leaks or any maintenance that has to happen, that drywall has to come down. In practice, many families pay for this protection twice, once to install it and then again to remove it and then replace with new board. The Building Board of Appeals debated this over 2 meetings and specifically asked staff to bring back cost and incident data before voting. After that review, it recommended continuing the amendment in Ames that the Ames has had in place since 2013 and it was standard prior to that amendment. It's been a local practice for as long as I've been in construction in the area, and there has been no documented adverse outcomes. I also want to give the council some broader context. Our industry is dealing with rising material costs, inflation, higher mortgage rates, and code adoptions like this one come around every 3 years. Any single change can look trivial on its own, but they add up. NAHB's own research updated this past June, which was updated this past June, found that government regulation now accounts for over 26% of the price of a new home nationally, adding over $131,000 to the average new construction home, a figure that has climbed 40% in just 5 years, more than twice as fast as household incomes have grown. Multiply that by just the roughly 70 residential building permits pulled here in Ames each year, and you're looking at over $9 million a year in regulatory costs layered into our new homes in this community alone. And nationally, research estimates that every $1,000 added to the price of a new home prices roughly 156,000 more households out of the market entirely. I have no doubt that most of these regulations are tied to real safety benefits, but we can't build in a bubble wrap. We're not here to fight safety. As a home builders association, we're asking that the council make sure that when we ask our residents to pay for something, it's making a measurable difference. Because right now, these costs, added up one code cycle at a time, are pricing home ownership out of reach for a large share of our community. I'd ask the council to adopt Alternative 3 tonight. Thank you for your time and for the work that went into getting this ordinance right.
Mayor, can I ask one question?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for your comments. So were there any other issues, or was it just the floor-rated assemblies?
No, yeah, I mean, all of them. The Building Board of Appeals had agreed to the amendments for the rated floor assemblies and the smoke alarm CO alarms. And so both of those. Now, it's easy to argue $2,000 to $3,000 a home because that's a fair amount of money. With the CO smoke alarms, it could be $60, could be $320, so I don't really, it's going to be a per basis. From an association standpoint, we're afraid that if costs get too high in those situations, that it turns it into a black market, right? So I'm going to be able to come in and change out your water heater. Like, they're not going to pull a permit. In the example of a homeowner doing their own CO smoke detector, well, the contractor has to pull the permit. The permit can't get approved if this homeowner doesn't put the CO detector in. So there's no contractor that's going to be willing to pull a permit and allow the homeowner to do. I shouldn't say no, but it could potentially be a bad situation, if that makes sense.
Yep, great.
And in our association, we have about 150 members of 150 different businesses within the community. That's certainly not all the contractors that do work in here. In the area. So most of our members should know about the code changes, but there's certainly going to be others that don't. But
great. Thanks for your answer on that.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, we'll close public comment. All right, council.
So can you guys address the concern that, can you help us? Because we're not experts, subject matter experts on this. And so could you help us think through the cost benefit analysis of the staff proposed rated floor assembly?
Yeah, I think it comes down to a couple of things. Number one, we've written this out of our code for the last few years until this year. We were the only community that we're aware of in the state that was doing that, first and foremost. Second, when you look at a fire-rated floor for a unfinished basement, what we're really trying to do there is provide safety for the occupants to get out if there is a fire. Unprotected wood members that are exposed to fire versus drywall, we have 50% longer time for them to actually get out of the structure. If it's 5/8, we give them an hour to get out of that structure, more time for them to escape. And then additionally, firefighter safety. So when firefighters show up, if we have a fire that's in the basement, we know that they can get in on that first floor, that it has some fire rating protection underneath of it to extinguish the fire versus no protection at all and having a floor collapse. So those are the big safety concerns that we have. And then when we look around at other communities, we can't deny the safety factor. If other communities are doing this, there must be a reason. If the state fire marshal's office is proposing this, there must be a reason. So we've looked to our peer communities and we said, hey, this is something we need to catch up on, that we can't turn a blind eye to safety to save a couple $1,000s.
And are the surrounding communities requiring this rated floor assembly?
Yes, yeah, we're the only one that we know of that has not been requiring it.
And I loved what John's comment about, are there alternatives that would help to, provide the additional safeguards, but perhaps at a lower cost? Is that something that we could work with the contractors on to let them know about these alternatives?
Absolutely, and that's probably why you've seen this requirement been written out of the code. Is we understand the cost to put up drywall, but then to take it back down when a homeowner wants to finish the basement, we're not blind to that. It just reached a point when it came to safety and looking at other communities that we couldn't continue down the same path without bringing it before council and making sure you guys were aware of what position we were in. So it's good that the code provides alternatives to meet the requirement, and that's where Scott and Sarah really shine in helping our contractors meet that requirement.
Okay, thanks.
We have a code modification request process. So if somebody has an alternative method to meet the same intent of the code, we've been pretty willing to entertain those. Once approved, we just file it with the permit. So alternative methods, or maybe there's a fixed condition that in this instance, it doesn't make sense to do what the code is requiring. I'd like to think we've provided a lot of flexibility with that. So again, encourage those to reach out to us if they do have different ideas. We're definitely open to hearing them.
Other questions? Gloria, any questions?
No, Mayor, I don't.
Thank you. All right, if there's no other questions, I would look to council for a motion.
I'll go ahead and move alternative one.
Second.
And I want to just say thank you to Jake for coming and just for your group being so involved and participatory in this. And I'm the reason I made the motion is because if Ames is sort of an island in this, I think we're bringing our code into compliance with others. But I really felt the weight of the concerns you raised about the regulatory burden that we place on homeowners in the construction. So super helpful comments tonight, and hopefully we'll stay engaged on this. Maybe there's some opportunities for some alternatives that address that without that cost.
All right, roll call.
Junk.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, move on. Item number 30, entertain a motion on second reading of ordinance revising municipal code, chapter 14, requested by Ames Human Relations Commission. Is there a motion?
Move on second.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Corriere.
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Okay, council, we got a really long meeting ahead of us, and we have one item in particular and it's going to need a lot of thinking through it and some motion directing staff. So I'd like to move item number 37 up, the staff report on residential curbside recycling. And then we will then continue on the agenda as it's been laid out. So with that, I invite Brian and Justin come up here and make presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I'll give you a brief overview on our residential curbside recycling, and in particular, the alley service. Just for a quick overview, 13,461 properties are being serviced by this new service that we have rolled out starting on July 1. Excuse me. 247 of those properties have opted out citywide. If council recalls, opt out means that they've returned their cart. They are still charged the service. However, I remember we received a lot of public feedback of people wanting to opt out, but the numbers were actually rather low there, 1.8% of the total. Additionally, there's about 1,000 properties within 82 blocks that have access to the alley. It's about 7.5% of that total 13,000. Of those, there have been 8 properties within those alley blocks that have opted out. And what spurred this conversation is there have been 27 properties with residents in those properties that have expressed concern regarding how can we serve them in the alleys. So it's really brought to light some options that we had from staff and wanted to bring it to council tonight. So some of the challenges we look at within each alley, there's a real mix on who has alley service and who has curbside service. There's some geometry and obstructions within those alleys that make it challenging to bring equipment down. And again, some of the size of that equipment is also challenged as well. And there's really no clear solution that will serve all customers, which is why we're bringing it here to council tonight. And for just a quick reference on the screen here, on the left, you can see a dead end alley. In the middle and on the right there, we show blocks where there are mixed alleys, with the blue showing where we have curbside access and the red showing where there's alley access. And I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. I'll show you some larger pictures here in a moment, but just to show you some of the challenges that we're looking at. In particular, here's some photos of our actual alleys. There's overhead lines that are 14 to 14 and a half feet tall that serve telecommunication to individual properties. Vegetation that encroaches, and the vegetation's primarily on private property. And then some of the edges of the alleys are kind of poorly defined. There's landscaping that's grown into it. There's vegetation that's grown that way. 12 to 14 feet in this image here. The next image I'll show you here. Here's another image where the line is 13 and a half feet. Vegetation is roughly 7 feet in this alley. And again, there's some landscaping on either side there. The next photo here was actually fortunate to see this rear loading truck from Aspen go down the alley at the same time I was taking these photos. The rear loader is 9 feet wide, so it is brushing that vegetation as it goes down there. So we'll talk a little bit more about equipment here in a second, but I think it's important just visual to see. The current contract we have with Aspen includes what's called automated side loading equipment. So ASL is the abbreviation for it. And what that does is it has a claw on the side that reaches out, grabs the can, picks it up, dumps it into the back of the truck there. And so these trucks are up to 13 feet wide from the mirror to the claw itself when it's extended, and additionally they're about 13 feet tall. So these are important pieces of information, because with this ASL you gain a lot of efficiency. You have one operator that operates it. They can go down. You don't have to go out and move every can. They do that automatically. With the rear loader, that's in this photo before, this requires at least 2 people. One helper on the back that helps move the carts to the rear loader. Then they load them up and they tip them that way and they move them back. So it's much slower. It's more labor intensive. And so that's a difference between 2 of the things we'll talk about here tonight. So alleys in general across the community, there's some circles in orange there. Those are ones that Aspen's already serving. They're much wider, more modern alleys. Access is not very difficult in those. But what I really want to focus in here is this is the area kind of north of City Hall. This is kind of the Old Town area between Grand and Duff, roughly up and through 16th Street. So as you see the red and blues on that, that is the difference in each block. Which ones have curbside, which ones have alley access.
Can you just a second? So absolutely. Just to be clear, if it's blue, you say curbside, does that mean that property currently receives garbage pickup, curbside based on survey, or what? Just clarify.
So yeah, thank you for that. A lot of what you see here is Brian and some of the other staff that we have here spent a lot of hours going through property by property. Mm-hmm. It's either aerial photography, we can zoom in really close on this, or we physically went out there and looked. Now, we didn't go to each individual property and ask, where do you receive service? But this is visual on what we can see from the curb and what we can see from the alleys, where their canisters lie, where their canisters come out during the week when they're either recycling or garbage is picked up. So that's how we made this determination here.
So we don't know if your property backed up to an alley, we don't know if they're getting garbage pickup already on the alley or not. It may be at the curb.
We feel pretty certain that these are really close. There may be some that are obviously receiving different than what we have here. We're not 100% accurate on this, but we feel pretty confident we've narrowed that down pretty closely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. sorry about that. So we identified 4 alternatives for the council to consider. And I'll go through them real quickly here, and we can talk through them. Alternative 1, which is continue to serve all properties at curbside. There are 13 alleys that we've already identified there that we would keep in alley service. This maintains the consistency with what the residents have seen so far, but it would provide no improvement for those 27 properties that we identified as reaching out to us. There's no change in cost to this. There's still free recycling drop-off at the R3C, or excuse me, at the resource recovery plant and in the future R3C when we get it constructed there. So that's alternative 1. Alternative 2 is very similar to alternative 1, except we would add in the ability for someone to opt out of the $7.75 fee that we charge each resident. And the reason we do this is we are trying to be show some fairness to the property. If we can't meet you where you're at, if we can't serve you, then should we charge you? And so we've come up with a set of 5 tests here. We say a property must abut an alley. You must not have driveway frontage that goes to the street. You must receive your garbage in an alley. The property must have a physical impediment that doesn't allow access from the front and the back to from the front of the property to the back. And the nearest property line more than 60 feet. And I'll show you an example of this. This here, let's see if I can get my laser pointer up. There's 2 properties here on top, the kind of white house that you can see. They have alley access. You can see their trash cans in the back. I'm going to make an assumption here. This fence does not have a gate. It may, but we're just going to assume here. But if that has a gate and there's no way to get from the rear to the front without going through the property, there's no driveway access, we would say this property could opt out. And I'll show you later that they are more than 60 feet from the nearest curb line. The property to the south of it, lower than that top one. This property here, again, there's a canister there. There's a kind of a sidewalk that runs up the side of the property, but there's no fence on this one. There's ability to possibly pull it through a side yard to get it to the front. This one we would say we would not allow to opt out at that point in time. This next slide here shows what I'm talking about when we talk about the 60 feet, because we're trying to find solutions for all the residents that are out there. And so our thought is, could this recycling container, if this is less than 60 feet, be taken down to the curb line here down the alley and still be serviced curbside, kind of adjacent to the neighboring property. So the 60 feet really comes from, it's about an average across the community of how far it is from the front of garage to the front of curb. Just trying to put a number in there. And these are obviously options and things council could give us some different direction on, but I wanted to at least provide a baseline for you to think about. Here, we would see some revenue from opt-outs. It's not, we don't think it's a lot of people that would actually qualify that would opt out, but there would be some. The pickup expense remains, so we still have the cost from Aspen that they're driving by the property. That cost still remains there. So this $35,000 that you see here, it's kind of a number Brian and I put together. We took the 1,000 properties. We said if half of those could opt out, then another half again, that's 250 properties. Equals about $35,000, just to give you an order of magnitude to maybe have some understanding of what that might mean.
So just quickly on this one. So based on the amount of potential loss to the program, we don't think that this alternative makes a huge impact to the bottom line of the overall program. We think that this potential loss would be able to be absorbed within the fees that we've already established. Other alternatives may have a more significant increase that could result in a requirement for future rate increases.
Okay. Option 3. So in this option, we would continue with curbside service, but we would add in targeted alley service. And so there's 29 blocks that we have identified with Aspen. We have sat down and poured over these maps. We have driven these alleys. We have looked at them together that we believe we can serve with those automated side loading trucks. And they would operate north-south on those alleys. The majority of the alleys we're talking about are north-south here. The challenge that comes into that then is that there are properties on the corners, and I'll show you an image of this in just a second, that would have to be served on east-west streets. And additionally, there are properties in the middle of the block that are currently curbside customers would have to move at least 1 to 2 properties. I estimate at least 15 of those, or maybe more, that I didn't quite all capture. This would provide improvement for 19 of the 27 properties. There's still 8 that we can't get to through this option. This would require a contract amendment. I'll get to the map here in a second. $40,000. It equates to 25 cents per property of those 13,461 properties across the city. This also requires vegetative clearance by property owners. So as we mentioned, there's some encroachment in a lot of these alleys, and so they would have to go in there, and we'd have to make sure to clear that to get these larger trucks in there. So there's some timing issues, there's some compliance issues in making that happen that we need to work through. And as Brian had mentioned earlier, with this one, we feel like the $7.75 fee can remain for at least through years 4 or 5. Our modeling shows we think we can absorb that within the system, and then we'd have to look at potential future increases.
This option is also subject to those 29 alleys that would be added in, or 29 blocks with alleys. That's subject to Aspen actually testing driving an automated side loader down the alley and verifying that it can work. So this is our estimate as to which alleys might make sense. But it, in reality, may not work in all of these alleys as we have planned.
So I want to demonstrate on this map right here. I'm going to be, I think you can see my mouse kind of there. This block, so the red would be the ones that would receive alley access. The truck would operate north and south. Then you've got these blue on the corners, 928, 904, and 903. The side loading trucks operate east and west through this area as well. So they would have to put their carts, I realize I'm pointing at the screen here, you can't see it, put the carts on the east-west street in order to make sure they're serviced from that location. The majority of these properties do face the east-west street, but there are a few that might have a driveway access on north-south. We have to ask them to move there. And through all these options, we are going to talk to, I believe, everyone that's impacted by whatever direction the council gives, so we can help find the most useful way for them to service their property. 920 right here is a good example of someone that does not have alley access, that must be served curbside. We would ask them to roll their cart down here, which part of the solutions we have is sometimes when we say there's no great solution, we start moving one problem and we inherently make some others. So we're wanting to demonstrate to you what that might look like. So here's the big map again, showing the clusters of reds and blues, and based off our view with Aspen, and we'd have to look at all these, this is what it would change to. So we would have these properties in blue would be curbside, the one in red would change to alley service. So those are the 29 that we've identified. And again, as Brian mentioned, we'd want to make sure to get that side loader down every one of them to be sure. We think we can do it, but there may be something we have to identify. Finally, option 4. We would take all those blocks that we've identified have any sort of alley service and say you're just going to receive alley service. No more curbside for any property. In doing so, 82 of the alleys, they'd all be serviced by those rear load trucks. Remember that smaller truck that we showed in the image? It would be serviced by those. So that includes another employee for Aspen, smaller trucks. Additionally, we are required to have a backup truck in case one goes down, that we can still service them. So they have some additional costs with this. Additionally, there's at least 400 properties that would change from curbside to alley only service. We would provide improvements for those 27 that have reached out. There's 400 that we'd have some more challenges with. So it starts moving that problem around. This one is a $80,000 contract amendment. So it starts getting more significant, which is, excuse me, that's wrong on the slide here. It should be 50 cents per month, not 25. I apologize for that. But the same vegetative clearances and adjacent property owners are still required, even with the smaller equipment, as we saw with that 7 feet clearance area. We need to clean some of that up. But this will likely require a fee adjustment in year 2 or 3. We think this is going to be a rapid cost increase that we'll need to look at that $7.75 and make recommendations to council in future budget years to look at that. Again, this is the map and with all the properties, and quite simply, it turns to all red is what we look at. So with that, we're looking for some direction from council. We understand there are 4 options in front of you. Staff is recommending option 2. But with each one, there's challenges, we understand. So happy to answer questions and happy to further dive into these as you desire.
Thanks, Justin. Questions?
I have one about, so if we were to go with option 2 for now, one thought I had is that could we carve out another service provider or Aspen under a different contract to serve the properties that are affected in this way, right? So could we have a second contract if Aspen can't provide this service in the way that we thought that they could? We could allow maybe a second contract for a different company to use different trucks, presumably, right, or different equipment, to get anybody who's missed by the Aspen contract. So that was one question I had. And then the other is about if in the future, when we just next time we go to bid this contract, how would our language change to wrap this service up into the whole package, the bid package? Those are my questions.
Yeah, I think with regard to your first question, so carving off all of the alley adjacent blocks into a separate contract, that would require a contract change with Aspen. We would have to negotiate it and determine what they're willing to do to work with us on that, to presumably generate savings, which then would then apply to this other contractor that would be hired just to specialize on the alleys. So we'd have to negotiate that, and we haven't had that conversation. Yeah. With regard to the second question about lessons learned and how we might apply this in the future, yeah, our current contract runs for 5 years, and then we could either we would have the right to continue to negotiate an extension with Aspen, or we could pursue a full-blown new RFP for the service provider. We would have to look at that time about how we define the service areas and what the expectations are. I think one of the challenges that might occur is that depending on how we determine service in the next 4 years, 9 months through this decision, that might set the new expectation for how people want to be served or expect to be served in the future going on. So it might create a new problem if we were to try to change the way the service is provided in year 6, right? But so we'd have to think about that as we approach it.
And on back to the first topic, you mentioned that it would be in violation of the contract with Aspen if we were to carve out the alley service. But from what I understand, that's a service they can't provide. So, I mean, it's kind of, I don't mean to say fault, but maybe they, in the contract, it does kind of ask them to provide service in alleys, doesn't it? How is that contract language worded?
The contract has a definition of what curbside is and where curbside occurs, and it defines it in 3 different ways, depending on the nature of the streetscape, basically. So it defines it as at the front of a property on a street next to the curb, in the area of the right of way adjacent to a ditch if it's an area where there is no curb and gutter, or in an alley at the edge of the property line. What's less clear is the expectation around, does everybody on a block get a la carte service that best fits with them? So then the service provider is going around the block and then up and down through the alley to catch all the different possible combinations of properties that need to be served where they would like to be served. Or is it the expectation that each block gets one pass, right? Whether that's all alley or all curb, all street frontage. So that's one of the issues that we would have to negotiate, discuss with Aspen, I suppose.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions?
First of all, gentlemen, this is an amazing report. Oh my stars. So thanks for the hard work. Amazing a level of information that was gathered and synthesized tonight. Two questions. Aspen provides this service in other communities. And so I'm curious how other communities have alleys. What lessons do we learn from other communities?
There are a couple of representatives from Aspen here tonight, and maybe they would be better situated to explain how they handle this in other communities.
So, but did we look at how other communities handle this?
During the RFP process. So we looked at additional Des Moines metro communities because that's kind of where we pulled a lot of our information from. I think what you end up seeing is the majority of them are served through side loaders like this. But the challenge is, I think, when you look at the cost for the side loader across the community, and the cost that we got is pretty significantly low. When you look at the additional costs to serve the alleys through the rear loaders, it gets to be probably around that $12 a property. And so when you see those types of costs, that's in line with what the other communities are doing that have recycling for alley service. So I think that the cost that we're talking about from Aspen, the added costs, get you in line with that. And what we envisioned was we would serve everyone at a single point, one time up and down the street, as Brian had mentioned, either in the alley or at the curbside. And what we found is we've had some challenges with some of these as we come out. So I think you're seeing a combination of both. You're either paying more for that alley service, it's a little bit a la carte, or you're just going strictly up and down the street one time and you're serving it that way.
Okay. And final question, you mentioned the role of vegetation. And so I'm trying to understand how big a deal this is. So in other communities, do they say, look, cut your vegetation down? And this isn't just for the recycling. We have emergency vehicles that would theoretically have to go down. So to what degree, if we are able to, and again, I'm trying to figure out best practices. So I'm not trying to reinvent a wheel. But if we follow best practices, would we not say, hey, get your alley in a way that we can bring our trucks down? Yep. I mean, this is a sort of a self-imposed problem. Now, the electrical lines, that's sort of on us, and that's a challenge by itself. But help us understand like the role of the vegetation. I still understand how big a deal this is.
I mean, I think the vegetation is something that can be, it's not an obstacle that can't be overcome. So there's kind of two sides of it. One is vegetation that comes in from the sides. That's real easy to take care of, trim up. The problem is it grows back really quickly. And I'd say what you see is that staff's focus is not always on those alleys to make sure that they're continually in that state of repair. And should council choose a decision tonight that says we're going to service alleys, we're going to have to make a higher priority of that because we're going to have a lot more of these bigger trucks coming down there. We see it more in the winter with snow plows through the alleys, but usually the vegetation isn't there. The green leaves are gone. You brush by it. We plow alleys a dozen times a year. This would be a little bit more. The other side of that problem is larger overstory trees that are on private property, but that are coming out over the alley when the cart is tipped up. You have to have 13, 14 feet of clearance, so those might have to be trimmed up as well. Now, again, none of this is insurmountable, but it's going to take some time, I think, to get all these individual property owners to ensure that it's cleared out of the way before we can make sure we can service it properly.
I think it may be a major change of expectations for the property owners that are adjacent here, right? So these aren't alleys that we have actively managed the vegetation in, and we would be transitioning towards becoming very active about how that vegetation is managed, and that could rub people the wrong way.
But to Tim's point, I mean, even if we went with like a alternative 2 and did an opt-out, I think it would still be a good idea to just remind people of our policy about encroachment in the alleys. Yeah. I mean, send a letter to residents so that they're at least aware that this is a thing and start that process, because if we stepped in right now and we went in and we're like, trim these up right now, that's kind of a rude awakening. But we could give people more notice, more time, start the process now of notifying them, hey, your alley really isn't in compliance, let them have time to deal with the vegetation, over time, rather than having to make a rush decision. So anyway, I like Tim's point. I think we should kind of consider notifying people, even if we don't decide to serve in alleys at this time.
Other questions? Brian, what was, big picture, what was the intent when the RFP was written with respect to where garbage would be picked up? Was it to be in the same location where people had garbage picked up? What was included in the RFP?
I'd have to go back and look at the language specifically. I know that we asked a question about how alleys would be serviced. There's some information in the report about that. But I don't recall specifically.
And what can you just describe what was bid in the contract then? And it'd be helpful, I think, for council to understand what Aspen was signing up for, and what I think maybe there's. And first of all, I want to say the report's fantastic, and I do commend staff for what you have done to roll out a program citywide with lots of complexity. So this is not trying to pick apart something that came up and people have asked. I just shared, listen, there's always going to be some hiccups that are going to end, but the point is we're not running away from it. We're trying to deal with it. So my questions are not trying to be critical, but I think it's important to understand what is it that is in the contract that was bid. And because I will say, just for me, I was thinking, okay, recycle will be picked up where I put my garbage can. But if that was not what's in the RFP or what the contract stipulates, then that's different. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't think the RFP or the contract was specific in stipulating that the recycling container will be picked up where the garbage container is placed and picked up. I don't think either of them said that specifically. The RFP asked a question about how properties in alleys would be serviced.
Okay.
And Aspen provided a response that it believed most alleys would be able to be serviced.
So it was non-specific, it was general, most alleys.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess I'm just concerned that 13 out of 82 alleys is not most.
That's true. It's
Yeah,
not
that's what I'm
most,
trying to start dig down into, is that what were the expectations, but also what was reasonable for Aspen to deduce, and what the response, because I think that's what we're trying to get down into, and how to resolve a majority of the issues that exist. So
yeah, I think in hindsight, we certainly would have asked a lot more questions about alleys specifically, and we would have probably surveyed the alleys visually.
But since
And
they serve the community, I guess the assumption was that they might know whether or not they could serve the majority of the alleys. Is that a safe assumption? And maybe that's...
I don't think I can speak to that.
Okay,
Yeah.
and maybe that's a different question.
And I think the other thing is, there's 9 different solid waste haulers. So if there was only one and they were bidding recycle, they would have data in terms of where they're picking stuff up and have more knowledge. Whereas maybe they don't serve. I don't know. I mean, the point is that so.
Sure.
I think I'd add additionally too, in the RFP, we asked lots of information about the use of technology and cameras and how that's serviced, and so we can ensure that contamination isn't happening. And thankfully it isn't from our first month. But what I'm getting at is that really leads down a path of those automatic side loaders. Those are the ones that utilize all that technology. The rear loaders do not do that. So it's we didn't say you need to use an automated side loader, but we're leading towards that a little bit. And so that might be something that was read into in the RFP as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Other questions?
I have a question, Mayor.
Please.
I'm wondering, maybe this is a little too obscure, but I'm assuming if we have 27 homes and they're getting their recycling collected in 96 gallon bins that we're talking around 2,600 gallons twice a month of recycling materials from those 27 residences. Can you confirm that that's accurate?
I think the volume of material that we collect varies significantly from household to household.
Okay, so I guess my question is, if we're envisioning how much stuff we're going to be getting from 27 households, what are we envisioning? How big a truck is that? How much space is that likely to take up? And is there an alternative for simply having somebody collect that in a much smaller vehicle than a large recycling truck? And this is just to help me think through it. I don't know that it actually will have an implication for this discussion, but it just feels like that's not that many properties and that the volume of recycling is not going to be huge.
Well, a couple of points. The 27 properties that we've had communication from are simply those that we've had communication from. So there may be some others that are not satisfied with how things are going in the alleys, or, you know, in those blocks, and we just haven't heard from them. The other is just that I don't think there's a good way without a purpose made collection vehicle to go around and empty these recycling containers, right? So they can get heavy. Even the semi-automated rear load vehicles have hooks and lifters on them so that the employee is not physically lifting up the cart and dumping it over, like you might find with an old style garbage can. So I don't know of an alternative to having a larger vehicle like a rear loader or a side loader. Is that what you're asking? Okay.
That's helpful. Just because I'm trying to picture this in my mind, and I'm finding it difficult to think of the number of properties as producing a volume of material that is problematic, but your discussion about the weight of the receptacles and the lifting facilities of these various trucks makes a lot of sense. I guess I'm just thinking kind of from a farm perspective as opposed to a garbage collection or recycling collection perspective.
That also gets at a larger point that we have some concerns with alternative 3, right? Where we would be designating a certain number of blocks where Aspen would go in and provide alley side service. I think there's a real possibility that there are folks in the other blocks that don't get that service that are going to be contacting us and saying, hey, why do you provide it a block away and not in my block, right? So I think there's a good chance that it creates some creep. And if we were to try to come up with some solution that simply satisfies these 27 specific households that have complained or have concerns, then I think there are plenty of others who would say, why don't I get that service too?
Did you have a question?
I did, yeah. My question is about just other remedies we might think about. So in our multifamily pilot, will dumpsters be a part of that at all? And then my other question is, are there any locations in this? Because it's a pretty concentrated part of town, right? So what if we had some satellite recycling drop-off locations in this district of town so that people didn't have to haul their stuff all the way out to R3C, if they're wanting to deposit their own stuff at a drop off. So I guess that's a question. Is that something we could look into in terms of maybe having some regional dumpsters in the area? Because I know Aspen's, I assume, I guess they're providing commercial service for recycling, which would be, dumpster service. Anyway, that's a thought I had in terms of how we could maybe provide some satellite locations so that if people do want to recycle and they're in this situation, we're making it easier for them to do that.
Yes, and I think to your point, in the alleys themselves, likely not just
No.
because they're narrow,
Right.
but we have talked about the current yellow dumpsters that are at like Fairway downtown, but also having like one at City Hall for commingled recycling.
Yeah.
So you can bring that there. We could communicate with the hospital. Maybe there's area there we could carve out, because we're looking at bringing those out into the community as part of the multifamily rollout, which we will bring to you later. We're trying to do one thing at a time here. But that's also dependent upon the R3C being ready to accept that material. Because right now, we can't take that because it would have to go to Des Moines, and it's less efficient to do that. So absolutely rolling that out would be something we would be looking to do.
All right, we'll open up public comment. Does anyone want to address council on this topic tonight?
Hi, good evening, Council. I'm Thor Nelson, Executive Vice President at Aspen Waste Systems. Good to see you again. First of all, I commend Brian and Justin. They have put a tremendous amount of time into this, and I agree that it was a great report. We've seen a lot of city staff reports, and they're doing a very good job getting into the details of these issues, and we really appreciate it. It's a good partnership. I just wanted to respond, and I'll happy to answer other questions too, but just respond to some of the questions I heard about the RFP and the contract. And the RFP did ask a lot of questions, one of which was, how would alleys be serviced? We responded by saying if they can't be an ASL, a rear loader is a way to service them.
I'm sorry,
It also asked other questions.
Would you repeat that again? I didn't catch what you just said.
I'm sorry. So the RFP asked a number of questions about our capabilities and how alleys can get serviced was one. Also, as Justin pointed out, there was questions about cameras, which relate to the automated side loaders. And we had a follow-up meeting in addition to the RFP response. Ultimately, what we're bound to is the contract. So when we proposed our price in the RFP, it was based on the draft contract language, and there was no specification about these areas being alley service. It was a curbside collection program, automated service, which is very common for municipalities. It's I think it's important to keep the perspective that saves a lot of money overall. Mm-hmm. If we had been given a RFP where it was clearly specified that all these alleys would be served by a rear loader, we would have bid it differently. So essentially, that last option 4 is looking at it as if the RFP had been written to say these areas, this map, this defined area will be serviced in the alley, therefore with a rear loader to be able to do it efficiently. And that 50 cents per house per month is essentially proposing a price to do it as if the RFP had been written that way. And then we would do an amendment to the contract for that. So that's the way we looked at it. That's the way we talked about it. It's of the options, it's the most costly. So that's where the creativity was coming in to try to find other alternatives. That the one with 25 cents, or essentially just doing the best we can with the ASLs and sending them down the alleys that feel safe and serviceable that way. And then, staff would come up with these alternatives, 1A or 2, whatever it's referred to as. So that's the way we've worked together to look at this. I really appreciate their collaboration. A lot of time and effort went into looking at these options, and we appreciate the opportunity to be in this partnership together.
Yeah, before we open up the questions, staff has also reported they appreciated the collaboration with Aspen. So just for the community's benefit, it's not like we're trying to draw you into the conversation. You're really trying to you're trying to problem solve also, with us, and we understand that. So the point is, let's continue to try and find a solution that works for everybody. But we have a service to provide to the community too. So
one other thing, it is unique here. I mean, there's RFPs that might say this area has to be alley. It's a little unique that in these alleys, there is differences, and where garbage is collected, it does vary. And trash service is more expensive, and quite a bit more expensive in some cases with subscription because of the customized kind of service approaches that all the haulers take. The fact that there's both curb and alley in the same block, that's a little different too. When you're doing a citywide contract, you typically are picking one or the other. So
When you say picking one or the other,
alley or curb.
So,
yeah.
So if you were to bid a community ABC,
right,
you would stipulate it'd be all curb or
that's
all
typically
alley.
the way it works.
Not,
Yes,
that would be a mix. Is that what you're saying?
that's typically the way it works. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Questions? Thank you for coming, by the way, Corey. Is there questions for Corey?
So, again, thanks for coming. I'd like to ask you the same question I asked staff. You provide this service in other communities, and you sort of alluded to some of this answer in the mayor's. But could you help us understand best practices here? I mean, certainly other communities, these core areas of town were developed in late 1800s, early 1900s, where alleys were sort of the standard and is creating a subdivision. So how do we compare with other communities? What are best practices?
I think the reality is the best practice. I mean, ASL is the most cost-effective method if it can be done. So there are communities where the alleys are open enough where it's serviceable with ASLs and full automation. We have been in cities where it's just not realistic to do that. And you go into the contract with an agreement about what these areas are that need to be collected with a rear loader, and then we would propose a price based on that, kind of like what we've done essentially here post, implementation. And you would service those alleys with a rear loader. That's just the most. It's the only practical way to do it. It just costs more because it's another helper, and the truck is slower. There's more risk in the alleys, so it just ends up costing more. I mean, we don't really have a preference. We don't see ourselves as a policymaker. It's just that whatever the specifications are, you got to be realistic about what it takes to do it, and then there's a cost associated with it depending on that.
So if we could have gone back in time and reconfigure this contract, we would just have broken out the alley access properties, and then you would have just given us a bid, and that would have been part of our analysis.
That would be a way to do it. Again, though, the issue here is that there are a lot of people who have alleys who actually get their service curbside.
Right.
And so you're almost shifting the problem or the potential complaints. It's up to the city what they would prefer, or maybe who you're, which group you're trying to serve in that way. But it's a little unique here that you got both going on the same block.
Yep. Thanks for those answers.
Yeah.
Other questions? Thanks, Corey.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Anybody else?
I have one other.
Oh, I'm sorry.
comment, I guess.
Did you have a question for Corey? Or just
Thor.
Sorry.
His name is Thor.
I'm sorry. Can I call you Corey? I'm sorry, Thor.
No, I was just looking at option 2 and the requirements for meeting the requirement to opt out, and was reminded that we did receive some concerns about what happens in the winter when people don't have a path to the front yard, and this says
Gloria, are you
number 4.
Is this related to what Thor had just talked about? Otherwise, we have someone else that wants to address council under public forum or comment. Could you just put a pin in what you're talking about?
We lost
Gloria?
I missed that last comment, Mayor.
Can you just hold your comment just for a second? We have someone else that
Yes,
wants to address.
yes.
Yeah. We'll still continue on with public comment, and then we'll go ahead and close that, and then we'll come back to you, Gloria.
Good evening. I am Melanie Rogatsky. I live at 508 Carroll in what we are now calling the Light and Power District because we have a new sign on the city electric plant. We do have an alley behind our house. I am one of the 27 people that have called in and talked to the city. We have no driveway curbside access in the front of our house. The distance from our alley where our garbage is picked up to the front of our house is more than 200 feet, and it involves stairs. If I don't take the stairs, I have to go down a hill, which is probably about 30 degrees. So even if I can get my bin from the alley to the curbside, there's frequently cars parked along the street, and I don't know how the side loaders are going to navigate a bin over cars. If something's hit, I don't want to be liable that my recycling is falling on somebody's vehicle. I went back and looked at the meetings where the RFP was discussed back in November of 25. At that meeting, Council Member Garten, you spoke about the importance of the process and how early decisions when we issued that RFP affected our efficiency of the city and our operations. To me, this agenda item tonight highlights a missed opportunity in our process. The fact that we're discussing the needs of roughly 500 alley-adjacent customers suggests that the impacts were not fully evaluated earlier, and now this oversight comes at a cost to the city. I also wanted to ask if the numbers of the losses tonight, does that include any potential losses for the DNR diversion rates? Would it cost more because we're recycling less? I guess I'm also struggling to understand why this burden is falling entirely on the city and its residents. From the documents I looked at, Aspen's RFP acknowledged that alley service would be necessary and that most alleys could be accommodated with their equipment. If the city relied on that representation during its decision making, and it's now been determined that alley service is not feasible, what responsibility does Aspen bear for this misjudgment? Standing here tonight, I recognize that it's unlikely that our contract's going to change in the next 5 years. But I wanted to come and express my disappointment. I'm disappointed that Aspen said they could do alley pickups, and now they can't. I'm disappointed that alley access was not considered in the RFP or the contract stage. I'm disappointed that when recycling started, Aspen took their side truck and picked up from our alley twice, and then people started commenting on Facebook about their alley access, and then Aspen decided to not pick up in our alley anymore. And when I called and asked, I was told that their contract only allowed for curbside pickup, not alley pickup. And I'm disappointed when all these issues have been pointed out. I don't feel that there's a great answer to this solution. I feel like if we go with option 2, alternative 2, it feels like homeowners on alleys have just been told, take your recycling, figure it out for yourselves. I simply wish these concerns had been identified before the contract was signed, rather than now when we're asked to bear the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, we'll close public input. All right, Gloria, sorry I interrupted you, but I wanted to let people.
That's all right. I cannot see who's approaching the podium.
Thank you.
So actually the speaker did raise one of the things I was interested in this concept of you have access to your front curb even if you don't have a paved path. And we did receive at least one email that pointed out the difficulty in the winter, especially if you don't have a path. But also, even if you do have a path, of dragging the receptacle out from behind the house to the front of the house. And I think that last speaker also just raised the concern about not having I suppose it's a luxury of a curb cut. And so you have cars parked in places solid along the curb when there are no driveway curb cuts. So bringing the receptacle out to the curb in those instances doesn't seem like a particularly good option. I'm not sure we have a great option, to be honest. but I do think that we need to, if we were to go with option 2, we need to think through the fact that just because there's no fence there, you're not necessarily going to have access to the curb, especially in the winter. And there are also people who live on hills that create problems for them to get their receptacles down to the curb. So I kind of wonder about those 5 requirements, and maybe staff could think through those a little bit, given some of the permutations we've now discovered. But I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
I would say I am really understanding a lot of the concerns raised by the resident who spoke about. Again, we asked about alley service. It was said that most alleys could be serviced. We never heard any different than that, and now we're hearing, well, because of the side loading technology. But I think that I'm just also disappointed that didn't come up sooner. And then I think too, I'm hearing that when people are calling customer service, sometimes they're being told different things too, like, oh, the City of Ames doesn't want us to pick up in alleys, and I think that's been resolved now. But I would say that is difficult too. I want us to have a common facing customer service messaging. So I'm glad I think that's back on track from what I understand, but that also was kind of a bummer, I think. So those are my other comments.
So I had a question with alternative 2, if that was approved. Would there be some consideration, knowing your beautiful red and blue map that you've created, of trying to figure out then if there would be an option that some people could take advantage of, and would that be then promoted as part of this option? For instance, that the east and west, would those areas, or north and south, would those areas be notified so that they know that that's an option before they might decide to try to opt out? Just thinking, trying to understand the thought process, that's all.
I believe to answer that, and I'm thinking of right now that the 27 properties that reached out, whatever direction council gives here, if, for example, you did say option 2, I would reach out to every one of those properties, or someone from my staff would reach out to every one of those property owners and try, before we say, we can no longer provide that service, what else can we do? And it might be a one-off for each one of these. And possibly there's a way it can get rolled to the edge, or we can define an area. We can put a stake in the ground to say it's going to be serviced here, put up a no parking sign, possibly paint a yellow curb, just to try to identify some of those things. Because we do truly want to serve all those people. And I think that's why some of this challenge is before council of moving some of these things around, trying to find the one that fits everyone. So we would absolutely reach out to all those 27. And if it works for one and we have another one come in and request the same thing, I don't know why we wouldn't do the same thing. Okay. And I think I would also share with you that if there's concerns with the 5 items here that we talked about, how to opt out, if you want to see something different, we can certainly take a look at that and modify those and council. You can give us that direction tonight, or you can ask us to come back with it too, okay. If that's more appealing.
Okay. Thank you.
I saw somewhere where we would waive the drop-off fee at the R3C. That was I saw that on a slide. Would we also consider doing that with, say, alternative 2 if we went with that?
I think we were just pointing out that recycling drop-off is an option at R3C, or at the R.
Well, but at R3C, will it be free still, or will it be per carload? It'll still be free for everybody.
Recycling drop-off will still be free.
Okay, good.
Well, I say it this way, there's no intent to bring to council a consideration for that.
Oh, good.
If that's something you want to consider, we could do that. But
I figured maybe it would be like by the carload or something. Okay.
Not for recycling, no.
Okay, great.
We did get an email from a resident in this area and in the area in Old Town, and also talked to them on the phone yesterday. And my understanding was they were supportive of Alternative 3. Their concern is if Alternative 2 is they wouldn't meet the criteria of opting out, and they actually really want to be in the program. They really support it, but they said that they looked at it. I'm taking them at their what they shared. So how do we think about that situation? First of all, and I had another comment just on Alternative 2 that you're talking about. So what would we do in that situation?
So this would be a property that would
not meet the criteria that's published to opt out.
So this would be where if the council wants to see broader criteria to define the opt-out, if that's the direction you want to go, that would be helpful. Ultimately here, we realize that none of these alternatives are going to satisfy everybody.
Right.
So we're trying to maximize the number of folks that we can satisfy with limited resources and all these logistical challenges. So there may be some that do not end up with the alternative that they would prefer.
The other comment I just have, and that is, we're about customer service, and I really struggle to say you have to drag your cart to a side street, especially, I mean, it might be a little easier now, but in the middle of winter, it's icy. I just can't reconcile that being good customer service, and that just really doesn't seem to reflect what we really champion, here. But that just does not seem to be a fair situation to be asking residents to be doing, whether it's down an alley or it's in front, and who knows where their cart is essentially. But and I agree with you. I'm not sure there's a good solution in any of these that really satisfies everything. And I really hadn't thought about the fact that you could have a mixture in each block, where some get garbage pickup on the street and some get garbage pickup in the alley, and it's got a matrix which is pretty complicated. Anyway, that's all.
I have two concerns I want to bring up. I think the first is just with Alternative 3 and 4. It's not really solving the problem for everyone. It's just shifting the issue to another group of people that would then have to figure out how to get their bins to the correct spot, that corner properties that would need to move their carts and wouldn't have access by us shifting to the alley. I think my second concern would be that whatever alternative we pick tonight would not change as conditions change, right? I don't want to make the decision if we're not going to serve alleys for the next 5 years. I would rather us try to work on some of the things like vegetation, or as equipment changes and maybe gets smaller, trying to add some of these back in. So how will we be able to revisit this as conditions change? Is this something that we're talking about with Aspen on a regular basis? What do the contract terms dictate there?
And to the point about clearing vegetation, I mean, maybe we could ask that a communication to be sent to anybody on an alley to let them know what's going on with the recycling situation, and a note in there about, hey, just a reminder, these are our rules about vegetation setbacks in alleys, and say something like, we hope to continue to revisit this topic in the future, so that we're setting an expectation up that we that we want to continue looking at this. So that's a question I think is a good one, about how we communicate to folks moving forward. Yeah, that's a great question.
Amber, do you have any thoughts?
Not anything that's not already been said, no.
Ready for a motion?
Yep.
So I'll move Alternative 2.
Second.
With no amendments to, just basically as proposed in the CAF then. the report.
Yeah, I mean, if there are friendly amendments, I'd be open to them, but
No, I just asked, I just wanted to just verify.
Right.
Because Brian mentioned there could be, changes or additional conditions from that standpoint. All right. Moving second, any discussion?
I just want to say that the statistic that was most helpful to me was at the beginning of your presentation that only 1.8% of our residents have opted out. I think that is amazing. So if we take a hit on participation with those in the alley, we have to look at this in the context that I think we have an extraordinarily high. I would never have anticipated, if you were to ask me to guess the opt-out rate, I would never have anticipated such a low rate of opt-out. I think it speaks very well of our community. I think it speaks that our values were aligned, that curbside recycling is the future of this community. And so, the other thing I'd say is we have to take the long view of these things. We're going to figure this out. And so there were some miscommunications, misunderstandings. This happens. And so the next time this comes up for an RFP, we're going to be in a different place. We'll ask different questions. And so I'm not discouraged. These things happen. And I think this is a great program. I'm fully supportive of Alternative 2.
All right. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried.
May we add another motion? I would move that we direct staff to prepare a communication for residents along alleys that describes the decision we've made tonight, but also says that this is a topic we hope to continue looking at, and also reminds them about the alley clearance requirements or vegetation setbacks in alleys. Just as a preemptive reminder as we continue to keep this topic in our minds.
Is there a second?
So I had one question, and I'm supportive of this, but Steve, could you give us some background? This is the first time that I remember that we've had feedback that the alleys are not properly accessible because of the vegetation. So I guess I would have thought that whether snow removal or emergency vehicles, this would have come up before. So this feels sort of strangely new. Any thoughts on this from your vantage point?
I don't think from
because
a
you're new
global.
here at the city, right? I mean,
Pardon me?
You've been here for a little while.
Before snow. Yeah. Yeah, I think from a global standpoint, this is the first time we've received complaints about vegetation, overtaking the alleys throughout the city. I think in selective locations we've dealt with complaints, but I don't think we've dealt with them on a universal basis yet.
So I absolutely think we should tell people take out the vegetation that's overcoming the alley. But I worry a little bit that are we going to then take up the task of policing? Steve's going to be out there with his measuring tape trying to figure out, okay, this is now 4 inches over.
If someone with Ames on the Go went out there right now and started to log a bunch of complaints, it would have the same effect.
You would have what? I'm sorry.
I said if some really excited person went out there with Ames on the Go right now and started to lodge complaints, we would have to then address these things.
Maybe we would. I mean,
But it happens street side right now. I
Okay.
mean, trees can only be a certain height above sidewalks
correct.
All right.
and the street.
but this is,
So
I'm
the
just saying
alley
this
would
is
be
new for the alley.
Okay. All right. We have a lot of stuff to get to yet. So
Sorry.
would you read the motion back again so make sure we're on the same page?
All right, I'm supportive.
I move that we direct staff to prepare communication to residents along alleys that describes the decision made tonight and says this is a topic we hope to continue looking at, and also reminds them of the alley clearance requirements for vegetation setbacks in alleys as a preemptive reminder as we continue to keep this topic in our minds.
Very good.
Whoa, good.
Those who made the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. All right. There's no further motions. We'll move on to item number 31. Thank you. All right. Gloria, you want to just go ahead? I'll turn it over to you. And I think we can get this taken care of fairly quickly.
Yeah. Let me get back to my packet. Bronwyn and Trey and I talked about the most efficient way to attract people to this resident study committee for data centers, and also worked out a timeline that you can see in front of you. Our goal was to ensure that the timeline fit within the 9 months that we allotted for our delay, and also to allow some flexibility so that the study committee would have the opportunity to do their work more quickly if they chose to. So the deadlines are there as absolute end to processes. They are not meant to be the target necessarily if the committee is motivated. We would like to get approval of this timeline and plan tonight, with perhaps the modification that the September 15th council meeting is on our calendar as a special meeting, but it may not occur. And so with some flexibility there to say either the 15th or the 22nd, we could still remain largely on schedule for coming in the 9 months before the students leave on spring break, and we're able to get feedback in a timely way. We'd be happy to take questions, and we hope that this is what you were expecting from us when we were charged with coming up with the plan and the timeline for this committee.
Wasn't the other question too about, is it acceptable to council that the three of you continue on and be part of the application review and would bring back to council the recommendations on who you would be on the committee? Is that right?
Yes, and within the plan, I mean, if you approve the plan, the mentions of the subcommittee are included and show that we would be involved in the selection, with council approving the selection of committee members. And then we would also be involved in at least the first meeting of the data center study committee, and would be willing to meet with them again if they needed it.
Thank you. Any questions?
Nope.
If everyone is agreeable, I entertain a motion to approve the proposed action plan as presented, with the one change would be September 15th and or the 22nd on page 2 of the plan.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Thank you for your work.
Because it's a resolution, could we do a roll call vote?
No, you cannot. I'm sorry. It's a resolution. All right. So let's have a do-over. Undo the motion. No, go ahead. The motion and roll call.
Rollins.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Just because it says resolution on the agenda. Thank you for catching that. Okay. All right. Thank you. Next item 32, resolution appointing interim city attorney for the City of Ames. Any questions for Pa? She prepared the memo. And there is in front of you resolution number 26-54 or 547, naming interim city attorney for City of Ames. And it also basically captures in resolution form what is included in the memo. There's no questions. I entertain a motion on the resolution 26-547 as in front of you.
Move
So moved.
approval.
Second.
All right, discussion? Questions? Roll call.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
Very good. All right, we'll move on to item number 33, staff report on impacts of Senate File 2472 related to property taxes and development incentives.
Good evening. As the mayor mentioned, we're here to talk about property taxes and the impact on some of our development incentives. So we have a brief outline of the presentation today. We're going to talk about urban renewal, and that's generally related to TIF, urban revitalization, that's related to tax abatement. And then we'll talk about the new property tax bill, Senate File 2472. Then we'll talk about some strategies related to urban renewal, some strategies related to urban revitalization, and again, that's tax abatement. And then we'll talk about some next steps and some direction we'd like to receive from the council. So I think we'll run through just a high-level overview of both TIF and tax abatement. So just give you a basis of where we're at today. So urban renewal is under Iowa Code Chapter 403, and urban renewal plans designate urban renewal areas as appropriate for two purposes, slum and blight remediation or economic development. And there's really three components of economic development. It's infrastructure to support residential development, commercial development, and industrial development. So really the process for creating an urban renewal plan is the plan's drafted. The council will hold two public meetings. One of them will be a public hearing. They'll also consult with planning and zoning and request that a verification that the urban renewal plan complies with the comprehensive plan. They'll meet with the affected tax entities. So we'll have a meeting with the county and school, provide them the plan, answer any questions they may have. And then we'll approve at the public hearing or after the public hearing a resolution approving the plan. And I think the highlight of this, after that's all done, what actually creates the TIF district and identifies the increment is the approval of a TIF ordinance. And that, of course, requires 3 readings like any other ordinance. So we'll kind of run through the 4 steps necessary to create an urban renewal plan and capture TIF. So the first is to establish an urban renewal area, like we mentioned, and that is, we try and designate this in the picture as blue. So blue is considered the urban renewal area. And the green in that picture, you see the 2 boxes within the blue, those are TIF districts. Most of the city's urban renewal areas and TIF districts in the city of Ames match one another. I believe the only one that doesn't is the ISU Research Park, and that has multiple TIF districts. So the difference is that sometimes the blue and the green match, sometimes they don't. It's really, the intent is to identify where the increment's going to occur so that it can be used throughout the urban renewal area. So you would capture the increment in the green and you can use it anywhere in the blue as long as it complies with your urban renewal plan. So we have the base value. The base value is typically frozen. And what happens is the increment or the taxes that are paid to the taxing entities, so that's usually the city, the school, and the county, continue to flow to those taxing entities no matter what. That's what we consider the frozen base value. And throughout the whole process, the taxes that are paid on that base value, like I said, just continue in perpetuity through the duration of the TIF ordinance. And then, of course, a project that's identified creates a new valuation. And so that creates an increment on top of the base. That's what the picture on the left is intended to show, is you have the base in the blue and you have the new valuation in the green. And what the process is step number 4, is that we capture that increased value or the increment, and we use that increment paid in taxes to support economic development rebates. We use it to repay debt obligations that were used to support an infrastructure to support development. There's a few various other things that we can do throughout that process. But again, the base taxes continue to flow through the taxing entities, and the increment is used to support the economic development process. So just a brief example of how you compute TIF. So at the top of the line, we have a $2 million property. That property has a $50,000 base. So we have an increment of value of $1,950,000. The combined tax levy, if you're in the city of Ames and the Ames School District for FY26, is $30.58. What we do is we take out all the debt service levies for all of the taxing entities, and we take out a few smaller school district levies, and that equates to about $9.66. So that leaves us with a net TIF levy of $20.92. So then as you go down that sheet to the bottom, you can see in the yellow we have the incremental value, and just below that it's $1,950,000, and we have the TIF rate, which is the $20.92, and we take that and we come up with the increment amount of $40,824 per year. So that's the captured increment on a TIF project. And we're jumping a little bit ahead with this slide, but what we want to talk about throughout the duration of this process is some of the changes that occurred from Senate File 2472. And so you can see the formula is very much the same as the previous slide, and we've highlighted in yellow $5.40 per thousand, and that's the school foundation levy. So that is, and every school district receives that amount. It's $5.40. And what the new bill is, it takes that $5.40 out of the calculation. So what was $20.92 is now $15.52. So that lowers the value of the increment every single year that the TIF district's in place. So you can see it's about a quarter of what our tax increment was. So we're at 40,000 in the previous slide. This slide we're at 30,264. So you can see about a quarter less of the value under Senate File 2472. This is a lot of data, but I think what we're trying to show here is that the things that are yellow are the things that are not included in the TIF rate. Everything else in the white, that is what makes up those debt service, the PEPAL levy, the instructional support levy from the school district. That's what makes up that 992. And then the other thing we wanted to point out is up above, you can see the City of Ames in your top left corner. That $6.39, that's our general fund levy. And then we also have a transit levy of about 60 cents. Those things flow into the TIF rate, into that 2092. So when the city commits to a TIF project, we're also losing that increment as well. So we're not just giving away other tax entities' tax dollars, we're also committing to that project as well. So the TIF process, similar to what we talked about, is we identify an urban renewal project, we adopt an urban renewal plan or an amendment, we adopt the TIF ordinance, we enter into some kind of obligation, that's a requirement. So whether it's a development agreement or whether we issue some kind of debt, there has to be an obligation for us to utilize TIF. So in this case, on January 1, 2026, there's a new assessment. And then we come before you, staff does, each year before December 1st, and we request a TIF certification. So we say, this is the amount of TIF we want to take away from the base valuation. And that's for the upcoming fiscal year. So when we do it on December 1st, 2026, it's for the upcoming year, which is FY 27-28. And then we receive that increment typically when taxes are due in September and March. And then we pay that out typically in December and June. So that's typically how our development agreements work, is they're paid out in December and June, which are pretty similar to when we make our debt service payments. It's a good reminder. I'm going to stop just quick. Any questions on urban renewal or TIF before we move to urban revitalization?
Questions?
Okay, keep going. All right. We're going to talk about Chapter 404 of the Iowa Code. That's urban revitalization or tax abatement. And urban revitalization temporarily exempts some or all the new taxable value created by qualified improvements. So that's typically used for housing, commercial and industrial projects, slum or bite remediation, or historic preservation. So again, the process, you identify a project, you prepare the plan, you adopt the plan, you adopt an ordinance similar to urban renewal, the improvements are made, we apply the exemption, and the exemption period continues on a set schedule that we'll talk about later on in the presentation. And then after the exemption expires, the property becomes fully taxable. So this is our current tax abatement schedule. We have a 3, 5, and 10-year schedule. You can see the 3-year starts at 100%, remains at 100% for 3 years. 5 years a declining scale, starting at 100%, going down to 20%, and the 10 years 80%, being reduced to 20% after year 10. So similar to the example that we provided for TIF, this provides a value for each one of those 3 scales. You can see at the top we have, this is for $2 million commercial property with a $50,000 base. Again, the increment's 1.95 million. Again, we have a levy rate of 30.58. That's for FY 25-26. So the full taxes on that parcel would be just under $60,000 per year. Under the year 3 schedule, all of it's abated every single year for the full duration. So that amounts to $178,000, $79,000 of benefit. Under the 5-year schedule, different schedule, same benefit. And under the 10-year, it's an additional value, but it's over a 10-year period. So again, all those schedules amount to what we have currently in place, but you can see the 10 years of the greatest economic benefit, but it's over a longer period of time.
Just
you might excuse me, you might mention who's abating it. What taxes? What entities are you abating?
Yeah, so you're abating the valuation. So the difference between tax abatement and TIF is that you're abating the valuation, not a rate. You're talking about the incremental value. So in the case here, it's 1.95 million. You're talking about value. You're not talking about rates at all. It's a little bit different calculation.
And how about of the 178,000? How much goes to the city? How much goes to the county?
Yeah, so school districts in Ames is about half. We're probably about a third or so. So however that breaks out, that's everybody's losing pretty much their share of the increased valuation.
Right.
when you say that,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
I just
interrupted.
Kelly wanted me to point out, so it gets complicated, and this is a commercial example. In a residential value, the school district levies are all excluded all applied to the valuation no matter what. So it's a little bit of a different calculation. We're just talking about commercial here. And I think it's like $14 $14 because it's about about $14 per thousand.
can you just quickly explain too, how is the 3, 5, and 10-year percentages set? Is that discretionary on the part of the city, or is that something that's just required by state?
Partially. So the state law identifies which schedules you can pick from. It's up to you when you create the urban revitalization area, which ones you allow. And then if you make a custom schedule, it can't have any more value of abatement than one of the prescribed options in the state code. And so that's kind of different between a residential abatement option versus a commercial abatement option. So a residential abatement, there's actually a higher value of abatement permitted by state law than there is for commercial. So you make those choices when you set up the urban revite area.
Yeah, I think it's important to point out it's in each particular year though. It's not over the full duration like we show in year 3. It's $178,000. We're talking about individual years. Each year, year 1, 2, or 3 has to be less than that prescribed percentage, not the culmination of the total process.
It's important to understand.
That makes sense. And then this is our last slide on urban revite and tax abatement. So if there's any questions, we can take those now, or we can move on to the next slide.
And one thing that we've commonly done is we've always attached eligibility criteria. So in that urban revite plan, you not only say it's this part of the city, but we've also established criteria, whether it's enhanced architectural elements, it might be limited to specific types of uses that benefit from that. So it's not just necessarily a blanket, everybody gets it.
Yeah, so there's categories and requirements that you can make or choose from to establish as you, I guess, begin the program.
And does abatement also exclude debt service? Like you talked about.
Yeah, because it's on valuation. It's not related to the levy at all. It doesn't, the calculation is a reduction of valuation, not a changing of any of the levy rates. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think this is where the difference is. So on this slide, which one are we on here? Commercial.
This is commercial abatement.
Right. So we are abating $1.95 million of value. So you're going to apply the combined tax levy to the unabated amount, and everybody gets their little bit of share of what's left. In TIF, you take that same $1.95 million and you apply it by a totally different tax rate, which excludes the debt service elements of all the taxing entities. And you get a different value that then is distributed out as TIF.
So in this example, the previous one, same value, it was like $40,000, right?
That was per year, right?
Yep.
And this one is $60,000
per year.
And that's because the tax or the debt.
The debt is not removed in the abatement calculation.
Right.
The whole value is removed and the tax rate levy stays the same.
Yeah. Got it. Yep. All right.
Yeah, and it's probably important to point out that the entity being taxed is paying the tax. We're just rebating it back to them. So we're getting the $60,000 per year. We're just remitting back to them the $40,000. So they're paying their full tax bill every year. We're just remitting it back or paying for an infrastructure improvement.
In the TIF, you're saying?
Right. Yeah. Sorry.
And the tax abatement, they're not
paying it.
You don't pay anything.
No, so to the development, it's better to do the tax abatement, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
it
the
would
city
seem.
go from that perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah. The difference, though, I mean, as you contemplate it, the difference is the duration. You can do this for 10 years maximum. TIF, we'll talk about that later, can go out a much longer distance, and we have in the past in some developments. Okay. The last incentive tool that we're going to talk about is industrial tax abatement. So that's Iowa Code Chapter 20 or 427B. That is, we're eligible to utilize that tax by state code. It applies to the whole city. We've adopted an ordinance that says we're going to use industrial tax abatement. It's a 5-year schedule starting at 75% and going down to 15%. The big difference is that the city doesn't have any discretion in the areas, the criteria, any of those things that we can use under Chapter 404. We're not able to do that under Chapter 427B. It's just adopt the program and abide by the schedule. So that's, again, we can reduce the schedule in any one of those 5 years, but we've adopted the current state standard for that. So kind of moving on to the next slide, again, another example. This is under 427B. So that's the 75% down to the 15% tax abatement. You can see over that same 5-year period, it's worth $134,170. And they pay roughly 45% of their traditional tax bill over that period. So same concept, you're abating value, you're just doing it under a different program. It's citywide. It doesn't require any special criteria. Anybody can apply. We don't have discretion. Does that make sense? Okay. I think that's all we have.
So that program cannot be amended at all. If you're doing a 404 program.
It can. You don't have, if you choose to do it, you have to follow the state law about how you do it. You do not have to do it, and you can alter the schedule again if you want, but it can't be more valuable than this.
We adopted, it allows us to adopt an ordinance to enact the program, and we did that at some point. And so we have that program in existence now.
So if you think about during the year, every February you are asked to review our urban revite applications that come in, and you're formally certifying that they're eligible to get tax abatement. The industrial exemption for abatement doesn't have that. They just go straight to the assessor and say, I qualify under these under the rules of the state, and you don't ever see these. And I think when we did a background report in June, there's about 1 to 2 industrial projects a year that are taking advantage of this, separate from all the other programs that we
The interesting thing here, again, there's no discretion, and if they qualify for the state requirements, they get it. They don't have to prove they need it even, right? They automatically get it. You're not looking at the pro forma to see if there's a gap. They just get it. So the other ones you're able to negotiate. Prove to me you need it. What is your gap? And then you pick the tool that best fits it based on your priorities. Here they'll get it whether they need it or not. Understand?
Okay. So that's the end of the presentation on development incentives. So now we're going to talk about the new property tax bill, Senate File 2472. So that was signed on May 18th, 2026. It's pretty sweeping. We're going to talk about kind of all of the major components. There's other things, but we aren't relevant to the discussion for tonight. So I think the highlight of the bill is it caps us at 2% of the previous year's collection. If you remember, we used to talk about a lot about valuation, about how we can ratchet back whatever our valuation growth is. That's completely out the window at this time. It is solely based on 2% of the previous year's collection for the general fund plus new valuation. That's really the formula. It doesn't impact the city's ability to use the liability and property insurance levy or the trust and agency levy, which includes contributions for police and fire retirement, employee FICA and IPERS payments, or other city-related benefits. And it doesn't do anything to the city's debt service limitation. So we're still bound by the 5% of the total assessed value. So those things are the same as they were.
So remember what that finances. Remember, the general levy predominantly finances your police, your fire, your parks and recreation, your library, planning, animal control, and a variety of other pieces.
Park and Rec, yeah.
Pardon me?
Park and Rec.
Did I say Parks and Rec? Parks and Rec. Those are all the general levy. Major supporters or beneficiaries of the general levy.
The transit levy is a little bit different. It's also capped at 102%, but it doesn't receive any value from any growth from new valuation. So it's just each year the transit system is allowed to collect 2% more than they did the previous year. And we do utilize a separate transit levy for SIRIDE. Again, the big component of this is that we're going to be talking about today that has, I think, major strategic implications is new valuation. So new valuation is new construction, annexation, or improvements that exceed normal maintenance and repair. And I think the highlight is that value coming out of tax abatement or being released from TIF is not considered new valuation. So we receive the value from that. It expands our tax base, no question. It does not benefit the general fund levy, which is used to support the city's operations. So from that standpoint, that's problematic because then if we didn't have any additional growth beyond the 2%, we're really capped at that. That's really the answer. Talking about the rollback, I know there's a lot of discussion about what's the state going to do with the rollback. They didn't do anything. It's approximately 45% for FY 26-27. There is a new multi-residential rollback starting in FY 27-28. So it's the state calculated rollback, which we'll get in probably November sometime, plus 3%. And then in FY 28-29, it's that same state calculated rollback plus 6%.
Wait, how that's written?
Yeah.
They get, so their rollback would be 48%?
Yeah.
In FY 27-28, if it stayed the same, yes. So they're paying 48% of the valuation. Yeah. So it's not a benefit to add.
So 48, yes.
Incremental amount. Yeah. Yep.
I was thinking, yeah.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that's going to impact us, and you'll hear about more during our budgeting process, is they eliminated the business property tax credit. And if you remember, that's the two-tiered system where the first $150,000 is taxed at the residential rollback rate. The state was backfilling that value to us to the tune of about $400,000, and that's been eliminated entirely. So the FY 27-28 budget's going to show up, and we're already in the hole $400,000 just to kick things off. A lot of discussion about the homestead credit and exemption. The state eliminated the homestead credit. I think it was like $160 basically if you saw it on your tax bill. And they established a homestead exemption, and it's 10% of the taxable value of a residential property with a minimum of $5,500 and a maximum of $20,000. And then beginning in FY 28-29, that's going to be adjusted by a cumulative adjustment factor, and that's basically kind of like an inflationary factor. And they did retain the $6,500 or $6,500 65 plus homestead exemption, so that's on top of the new homestead exemption. So here's just kind of an example of how evaluation plays out. So in this case, we're looking at a $300,000 property. We roll it back by 45%. So we're looking at a taxable value of $135,000. We apply the new homestead exemption. Remember, that's 10% of the value. So you subtract out $13,500. You apply the 65 plus exemption at $6,500. So you're down to a final taxable value of $115,000.
What percentage is that?
I think we said it was like 38%. So
38% of the taxable value. Reduced.
Couple other changes that we still are waiting for some guidance from the Department of Management and probably the Story County Auditor is we wouldn't be able to use the debt service levy to fund general operations. We've probably never done that here. That's when somebody's in financial disarray. And it also creates an unassigned general fund reserve limit of 35% less obligated funds. We're not really sure what obligated funds are yet. Department of Management, I'm sure, will give us some guidance, but I think the thought process is the general fund will now be capped at 35% less anything that we've committed funds to project-wise or entered into a contract. We're still, like I said, we'll still have to get some direction from the Department of Management to what that means. And then they revise the taxpayer statements, those statements that were difficult to understand. They'll I think come up with a more comprehensive form that's easy to understand. And then they also provided an opportunity for those statements to be posted online instead of mailed. So
That's going to be difficult. Think about the 35%. People get upset when you raise property taxes, but if you tell them we're going to raise property taxes just to build a balance, we've had consistently a balance over 25%. But if you had to raise taxes just to build a balance, people might get upset with that. And that could be in all of our funds, not just the general fund.
Do this section.
The true game changer was I think the 2% cap and the new valuation where we can't count monies coming off of the amounts coming off of TIF or abatement towards new growth, if you could, or new evaluation. That hurts us because we've always been told and we've always believed that give the incentives because you want to build a tax base, which helps you pay for your current budget, do new things. Well, if that's not counted towards us, after we give the incentive, we don't even get it. We don't even get it. It's new taxes. Never actually went to the taxpayer. Have to pay for. It doesn't count towards new growth, and it really ties our hand at 2% or maybe a little bit of growth. So that's why I have some strategies we're going to talk about later that'll help us.
And I think we're going to start getting pretty close to that now. So I think this section of the report is to build off of what Steve said. There's two primary reasons we're talking about strategies for incentives. One, we want to secure our financial future and not lose revenue to a first year of an incentive if we don't have to, so that we have valuation increase. The second part is there's a clock ticking on how to maximize incentives. So we want to help ourselves and protect ourselves, but if we also want to enable as many projects financially as possible, we need to take some steps before January 1st to be able to do that. So that's what we're going to start talking about here is where are our priorities? And if these are our priorities, there's some steps that we need to do to address these two issues. So right now we have 6 existing urban renewal areas. They're in various states of activeness. So these are ones that we have approved within the last, since 2009, I think is when South Bell was approved. So these 6 have been approved since 2009. We've completed some of the projects in there, but the urban renewal areas have not gone away. We just may not be collecting TIF in those areas at this time. So this map illustrates where those are. You have, again, we talked about these, the Research Park, downtown, Barilla, South Bell, the North Dayton Industrial Subdivision, and then the Kingland project is called the Campustown Urban Renewal Area. So one thing we've noted a couple times in the past is we do not extensively use urban renewal. We've been very prudent on use of incentives. So you see very limited parts of our city that are in urban renewal areas. That is not the case in a lot of cities in Iowa. They have much broader and larger urban renewal areas. We've confined them to areas, small areas of the city with a focused purpose to them in the past. So TIF, it's been primarily used in the past, I would say, for major infrastructure investments. So the Research Park is a great example. We partnered with the Research Park to enable multiple phases of development. The city put in infrastructure. There was agreements about development that was going to happen to repay for that infrastructure. So that's where it was a city-led effort in terms of taking the risk of bonding for things and putting infrastructure in and then receiving the increment later. That was the same with the South Bell one. More recently, we've focused on use of development rebates as an economic incentive. So we're not the one putting out the effort to construct the improvement. Someone else may be doing that, and then we're redirecting that increment to them to help pay off that cost. Or in some cases with Kingland, is essentially gap financing. So they came to us and showed us that they could not build that project without some additional financial assistance. It wasn't about widening roads. It wasn't about water and sewer. It's about a financial gap in a project. So lately, we've been trying to focus on the economic development incentive rebates. They're somewhat better for us. They're easier to administer. There's less risk on our side. It's a developer-borne risk instead of a city-borne risk.
Also, there's incentive for them to build quicker.
Yeah,
build
so
the incentive quicker because
it puts the onus on the developer.
The rebate, they need the money, so they'll build whatever they promise quicker.
As we've said already, the historical benefit was you make the investment up front and you reap the rewards in the future. That is no longer the case. If you give up that valuation, as we understand it in year one, it's beneficial to the tax base over time, but it does not count as growth to your general funds. We're not saying that there isn't value to the community, but you can't account for it as funding to support new services that might be necessary to support that use. So I think in my mind, the worst situation is if you incented a use that requires more service, especially like police and fire, and you're getting no new revenue for that. Now you're stretching the existing resources of the city financially by adding more service burden. So that's why it's important to either prioritize who you're giving incentives to or find a way to get that valuation growth to help serve that new burden or that new service that you're going to have to provide. So that's very important to keep in your back of your mind about what you're incenting and what that implication is to your finances. So some of the big differences here. So they did change a lot of things about TIF, not just how the valuation works for the general fund. So there's two different types of districts that exist. We had the slum and blight and economic development. There was also a time period pre-1994 where if you had urban renewal, it never went away. So those were called perpetual urban renewal areas, and they had no limit on the time you could collect increment. We have not used things like that very much, so we don't have like a perpetual downtown urban renewal area. That doesn't exist. So they did change the law here. So the perpetual, the perpetual one, I guess that's on the next slide here. Yep. So the old standards were either you were perpetual, or if you're doing standard economic development, you had a 20-year limit on the collection of TIF. And then if you're doing market rate housing, you had a 10-year limit. So they did kind of ratchet it down based on need and economic purpose. So now we have some different rules to play by. If you have a perpetual TIF, it's no longer perpetual at its full value. You would get to continue for the next 20 years as is. And then after 20 years, this is the third bullet, after 20 years, you reduce what you can collect in the TIF revenues. So that comes into play at 60% of those revenues, and it also affects that foundation levy we talked about. What's going to be in play for almost all situations is instead of the 20-year or the 10-year limit on collection of TIF for economic development and for residential housing, we're now able to it's 23 years instead of 20. So that's going to be a very simple thing to understand going forward is basically everything that's new is 23 years. There's no kind of multiple ways to do these things. Yep. So we've talked about this. This is how the rate is calculated. Certain types of tax levies are excluded. Those are not changed. It's the state $5.40 foundation levy that gets changed with the calculation after January 1st of next year. And that's what I just said.
That's where I heard it.
So one other major change that's in here, and we talked a lot about this during the development incentive discussion last December. If you used TIF for residential market rate housing, you had an obligation to match, there's different ways to say this, but essentially 50% of the increment you collected had to go to affordable housing projects, and then 50% can go to whatever your project was for infrastructure abatement that you were trying to accomplish. They eliminated the LMI requirement. So there's no longer a 10-year limit, and there's no longer an LMI requirement. So that's kind of a compensation for changing some of the rates and some of the methods that go into this. But it is an important thing. It makes it much easier for us to do the incentives that we had talked about for those development projects back in December now without having to worry about LMI costs also being attached to that. It's still, in terms of what you can spend money on, they did redefine what affordable housing is. They did tie workforce housing definitions into that as an eligible activity. And then you still have limits, though, on the cost of public infrastructure. So you still can't give an economic rebate for 23 years to a market rate housing project. It can only be for the cost of putting water, sewer, streets, things that are infrastructure still in the ground for that development.
So for commercial, is the 20-year cap removed and now it's 23 years?
It's all 23.
So the point is that if the project warranted utilities, et cetera, instead of just 20, you can go up to 23 years for TIF.
Yep. So from here on forward, any urban renewal area that you create, 23 years is the horizon of what you would be allowed to collect TIF for.
That's the maximum. Your job as a city
yeah.
council is to determine. You don't have to give 23
Correct.
years. You can give 5.
She could
give
go up
10,
to.
and you don't have to give 100% of it. You could give 50% of it. Some cities only, in their policy, only gives 50% of the TIF.
Right.
So that's a maximum amount. You got to remember that. And that's why you do it on a case-by-case basis, based on the priority of the project. The gap, after the staff evaluates their pro forma and they show there's a gap you want to do that project, that's as much as you could go to. But you don't have to. It's still an advantage to get your TIF paid off as soon as possible, because it does go to the tax base, which helps lower the tax rate and the tax burden on the citizens. It won't help us get our more than 2% to handle operation costs, but it's still a benefit to pay those off as soon as possible.
Thank you.
So for TIF, our first strategy is pretty important in terms of maximizing the value. So anything that we create for a TIF area before January 1st of this year, we get to essentially have a safe harbor of keeping the $5.40. So that's the difference between the $21 TIF rate and roughly the $15.50 TIF rate. So that's a substantial value, whether we're paying off a debt that we're going to have or if it's going to be an economic incentive to a developer. So what we're asking for is direction to proactively go forward with creating multiple TIF areas in the city. We have not done this before, so there's going to be a deluge of TIF ordinance and urban renewal area requests in the next 4 months to try to meet this deadline.
Kelly, can I just question? So council decides to go ahead and create a TIF district. Does that have a 23-year sunset, or is that keep on going on? In other words, would it sunset in 2050?
So so there's so many terms. So you end up with an urban renewal area. So think geography. With that geography, you create a plan. The plan will authorize what types of projects and activities you will undertake for urban renewal purposes, including whether you're going to use TIF in that area. And then you put an estimate of value on the TIF you may collect over the life of the plan. But then to actually collect the TIF, you put an ordinance in place on a specific area. When you make that TIF ordinance, that is when the 23-year clock starts, from when you start taking the increment from that TIF area. The plan could last forever,
okay,
but the financial source is for 23 years once you start collecting the TIF.
Yeah.
So the TIF ordinance would be the plan, but there's no specific meter that starts running until a project.
Until the city incurs a debt or an obligation, we don't start the clock on 23 years.
And we're trying to.
Oh, sorry. So we'll put a TIF ordinance in place theoretically, and then in 2 or 3 years, because we don't have projects in place now, 2 or 3 years, we would first certify that debt, and that would start the 23-year clock.
But you're not obligated to do anything.
Right. I understand.
We're trying to take advantage of getting the total abatement or the total levy amount. Remember that $5.40.
Right.
So you're not committed. Those will be dealt with on again the priority for the project and probably negotiated development agreement, right? So it doesn't mean because you developed it you're certain to grant this to the project. They'll have to prove themselves on a case by case basis.
And I probably should have started the presentation with, this is as we currently understand it. So there is a lot of rulemaking to be completed. There's a lot of training to be done. We're trying to be proactive in this. Things could change. We could get new rulings out of Department of Management. We could get different guidance from somebody else. But we've talked to cities across Iowa. We've talked to Bond Council. We've heard from Iowa State Extension, the Iowa League of Cities. This is what we know today.
Yeah. So we can argue about doing the whole city. We're not advocating that, and there are probably people say we should add more. I think, Kelly, do you have a list of the ones you're thinking about?
So this is based on staff's understanding and interpretation of probably Plan 2040 priorities and other efforts the city council has undertaken in regards
Back up one slide. I think there's an important bullet you didn't talk about, and that is the third bullet.
That's what the next slide's going to be.
Okay, very good.
Okay. So the proactive element is this slide. So we had 6 existing areas right now, and it was a small amount of geography in the city, correct? That's what that map showed us. This is a substantial expansion of urban renewal areas that could be located in the city. And we would also put multiple TIF districts within each one of these. And the reason this was the list the staff generated, as I said, was based on kind of Plan 2040 expectations, past economic development activities, and then some of these other prime areas that we think could be major economic generators for the city. So on this list, we're talking about over 10 urban renewal area amendments or plans being created. And we're talking about probably over 15 TIF districts being created to try to manage not the cash flow, but how the timing of all of the clocks on the TIF areas work in all of these areas to try to maximize this.
Yeah.
And none of these will commit any particular incentive to any one specific party or project, but it will establish it will establish some list of types of projects and some cap or estimated proceeds of increment that could be generated in the plan. So this is this is really aggressive for us in terms of creating a large number of areas all at one time. If you have questions about any of these areas, what would be accomplished or where they are, I'd be happy to answer that so we have a good understanding of this before we start going down this path. The last bullet is the ones that I mentioned from the development housing incentive discussion. Those are all projects that in some way, shape, or form, we assume TIF would assist in their development here in the next 2 years.
So can I jump in with a question here? So as I think about this list, an area that I would like to just throw off for consideration is West Lincoln Way. So I'm curious if that stretch of town would fit what we're looking for here, pros and cons. That area just seems like it could use some help. And is this the right tool for consideration?
Well, I think any of the districts we decide on later, right? This is just discussing the strategies. So we could do it anywhere. We'll have to have a discussion on that, though.
So, and I'm open to a placeholder for it. I just thought since we're looking at potential urban districts, this would be an appropriate place to ask about that area. We give so much attention to our downtown area. I feel like that's an area we haven't given enough attention to. I don't need to
Are
necessarily.
you thinking West Lincoln Way, or were you thinking about?
Pardon me? Yeah.
West Lincoln Way.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. All right. So I do think time is of the essence. So if this is not the list, I need to know this by September 8th, your next council meeting, because our staff has to prepare all of these plans and be on the October 13th agenda to have you consent to whatever the list of these plans are so we can publish notice for all the hearings that will occur in November and then all of the TIF ordinances that will happen in December. So we have one more meeting to essentially give any direction that is different than this. You can add or delete, I'm not saying that, but you have basically one more meeting to think about what you want to do. And this is in the sense of trying to maximize that foundation levy. We can create TIF areas, we can create more urban renewals areas after January 1st. This is just about maximizing that 540 in the TIF rate. We can protect ourselves and have the first year skips and things like that always going forward.
So in
Do we
conclusion,
have a motion to discuss that at the September.
yeah, I was just
8th
going to
meeting?
ask, is that going to be on the agenda automatically, or you want to? We can, go ahead.
If-
Let's just put
If
a
you're
vote.
good with this list, then I would move ahead with this list. If you think you need to discuss it, then yeah, it needs to go to.
I
the
think it
next
should be
agenda.
discussed. There may be other things that might be added. Let's not do it tonight, but let's put on. Go ahead.
So
I'd
on
move that we
September 8th,
place the potential urban renewal TIF districts on the September 8th council agenda.
Second.
Okay. Everyone understand the motion? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay.
All right. So the second element is where this affects our finances the most. We want to set up essentially a policy that when we are collecting TIF, whether we're going to use it or whether we're giving it to a developer, we need to manage that where the first year, possibly the first 2 years, we are not claiming increment. So it gets captured as full valuation. So let's say we were going to do a development rebate with someone. We might say we're going to give you 10 years of TIF, and that should be thought of as 20 payments rather than years. They'll get 20 payments 2 years after, they'll start to receive their payments 2 years after the project is complete. So there'd be a deferral in the amount of time until they'll reap the reward of that incentive. But that's so that we actually can benefit in terms of ensuring that we're generating revenue to cover the cost related to that new development.
The reason it has to be 2 years, because sometimes you have a partial abatement, a partial assessment the first year. The first year, if it comes in at a quarter of the total project, that's all we get to count. So we may have to go to the second year to make sure the whole amount is assessed. So you give them the 20 big, but you have to delay. So there's a delay for the developers or ourselves on that, but you're gonna have to make those changes.
So
You want to capture the increased value.
So the third bullet, this will absolutely be our goal. There will be challenges. I don't know it will be perfect every single time. That's why we need to negotiate this. You can't. So what's key here is when you have a property, the whole property has to be in the TIF area. So you can't have building by building TIF. You can have property by property TIF areas. So if I have a 10-acre site with 3 buildings, once I've started generating increment off that 10-acre property for the first building, the city won't recognize new valuation from the rest of those buildings while we're doing this. If we split the property into 3 TIF areas, or I'm sorry, if the property is split into 3 lots,
You're gonna have to do this. This is important.
then we can have 3 separate clocks, one for each building when they're done.
The link would be a good example. If you don't, if it was all on one big lot, one TIF area, the first building in, that's all we get. They can build 3 other buildings twice as large, assessed valuation. We've lost our opportunity. So we're gonna have to split them into these.
We're gonna have to try. So there's gonna maybe be some projects where they physically can't divide the property because of their building configuration. But anytime where we can,
you got to do that.
Link would be a good example where they're gonna have multiple buildings. They'll have gaps between buildings. We should be able to do that. Maybe there's other types of housing or industrial buildings where that doesn't work well. But that's what we're going to have to try to do. And that's why negotiate on a case-by-case basis will be essential for doing TIF. And that's going to be the main benefit of doing this over tax abatement going forward. We can control this in a lot better manner than we ever will be able to under tax abatement.
Everybody understand what we're saying on that?
So is it possible that the legislature says, hey, this isn't what we intended, and you're sort of gaming the system by creating all of these micro lots that you wouldn't otherwise have created? That sort of feels like what we're doing. Am I misreading that?
Well, I don't like the term. I don't like you're saying we're gaming it. We're trying to develop a policy that's totally legal, working with the context of their rules.
What I'm saying.
Well, you're asking the law can change next year, and our strategy may have to change.
Well, that's sort of my point.
But if they take away this ability to delay a year, there's going to be very little benefit to start giving tax abatement and TIF. We're not going to grow our tax base. So we're just doing what's legal. There are other cities that are going to start doing this, I guarantee you.
Yeah, I guess this is more of a philosophical point is, as we're working, certainly we're working within the parameters. If it feels like we're, and I use the term gaming, just taking advantage of it, I'm not convinced the legislature won't come back and reconfigure that.
Well, I'm hoping the legislature come back and maybe didn't realize what they did by not counting
absolutely
a TIF and abatement to go on the tax rolls, right? To count towards it. That's the simple solution, and that would be consistent with a pro-development attitude. So this really hurt a lot of cities.
No question.
We were kind of surprised they would take that position, actually. So maybe they don't know the ramifications. Maybe they'll correct it.
Okay, thanks.
But they can do a lot of things to us, and we'll have to respond. To survive, we're going to have to respond. We're always going to meet the law, the state law, we will. But we've got to do everything we can to generate revenue so we can continue to provide all the services we offer now and new services people are asking for. So I guarantee you we'll only do it within the context of a legal strategy.
So one more beat on this. So there are implications for taking a parcel and dividing it up into smaller lots because of all the rules like on setbacks. I mean, I feel like there are some unintended consequences here that I'm not even able to process. Are you thinking about this stuff, Kelly, in terms of the implications of these smaller lots?
That's why we won't be able to know that until we get to an actual project. You're right. There's going to be zoning. There's going to be building code issues if you do that. We think it's it'll be a strategy that works in many situations. I just can't promise it works in all. And that's why we negotiate these on a case by case basis, so you know what you're going to get or what you won't get if you agree to that request.
So we're 60 minutes in, and I'd like to see if we can get this wrapped up in the next 30 minutes. Is that feasible?
Absolutely.
In terms of what you got?
No, we only got a couple more strategies, yeah.
Because we still have other things we got to get to
There's
yet
just a couple
tonight,
of
so
strategies left to look at. So
I'm not trying to cut off conversation, but we want to get sure we get stuff done that needs to be done tonight and give you direction, but also continue on some other things too. So
any other questions on the TIF one? We're going to talk more on September 8th about the urban renewal.
do you need
areas.
a motion on strategy number 2, or you want to just go through the rest of the
No,
slides?
two,
You summarize
is,
them at the
two
very
doesn't need any particular motion. We're just telling you that's how staff would approach these when they come to the table to negotiate.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if we shouldn't go on record supporting the strategies, and maybe you could do it the next council meeting if you want to. So we go on record with a resolution supporting all 5 strategies.
Well, and you also have at the end of the
Yeah.
slideshow, you have all 5 strategies summarized. If council wants to move forward, we can do that. Or on the 8th.
The 8th.
Let's just go ahead and.
So urban revitalization areas, you have the citywide ownership one, which is what I'm going to focus most of my comments on here. And then you have Campus Town, Downtown, and Sheldon. We had a lot of success with the Campus Town one 10 years ago when the student housing boom was happening. We have not had anything for quite some time there. Take advantage of that program. Downtown, you recently upgraded to make it more available and more valuable to people for newer projects, but we still haven't seen anybody take advantage of that yet because most of the work downtown is remodeling rather than substantial improvements. But as we mentioned with tax abatement, the same implications are here. If we're giving out a 100% abatement in year 1, we are never going to realize increased revenue to the city to cover the services that are going to that use. So we have to have strategies to address that issue as well. So the ownership housing one does have a 100% abatement in year 1. When we created this, we had it stretched out to go through improvements all the way through 2028. We capped the first $500,000 as being eligible for abatement, and it's targeted towards ownership housing. This is the schedule we just talked about. So here's the example of how this works. As a residential abatement, the school levy is taken out, so the value is less than what you saw in the commercial slides. So it's substantially less, but it does work out to this as an abatement value. So what has this program accomplished? I think in staff's view, after a year and a half of this, we have not seen it move the meter in terms of housing production. So you can see from this slide, the value of the homes that claimed abatement, and you can see the production didn't really change. And then we had discussions back in December from the development community that acknowledged this did not increase production of housing, which was our goal. And I think we've now pivoted to looking at development incentives directly to developers. So no action on this doesn't really work. We are going to need direction to change this, because with the new development agreements we want, where we're going to do TIF, you can't have abatement. Right. So we have to amend this ownership program one way or another to address how we're doing development incentives. So we do have a proposal. Again, this is our opinion that it doesn't really look like it's having an impact, so it's not a good use of an incentive at this point. So we're proposing as staff a phase out of this, and we're saying you need to give some notice to people before this ends, but we think you should move on this immediately to have it end by the end of this year. And you can see what we're offering here is basically people that might be in process would still be able to take advantage, but we're not going to open it up to new development that might get platted this fall, because those will be incentivized projects anyways. And if you're not starting your planning for your house now, and you're just starting next year, that's just going to be the way the clock ends on this. So if you don't start this fall, you would no longer be eligible. So if you do pull a permit in November on a lot that was created last year, you will have all of 2028 to finish your house and take advantage of the program just as everybody else has for the last 2 years. But if you miss this window of starting your house in the remainder of the year, or it's in a new subdivision, you will get no abatement benefit. So I am going to be looking for direction to do this. We do have to go through a process of amending the urban renewal plan to change the schedule, and then to remove all of the subdivisions that you're going to give incentives to, which I have a slide for, that gives you an idea of all the places that would be excluded from eligibility.
Corey, you summarized all these at the very end, right?
Yeah, we have the 5 strategies.
So let's get through all these, and then we can go ahead and take motions on these then.
These are the commercial areas that we've talked about. Some of these have some properties left in them. Others are kind of used up. We just, again, have the same issues of abatement percentages. So I'm going to kind of just skip through the details of each one of these at this point so we can get to the strategies. If you have a question about any one of those, I'd be happy to answer it. So we're proposing that if you're going to keep the urban revitalization areas on the books, you should modify all of the schedules to have a 0% incentive in year 1. That means like in Campus Town, where you have a 10-year sliding scale that started at 80% and ended at 20, it would start at 0. And then you would have a 70% is where it starts in year 2. We do have issues with not being able to manage the partials and the full abatements. We'll have criteria you have to complete the project. So that's going to be our insulation, that we don't lose a partial in an early part of a project and we still get full value at the end. But that's how we have to do that, is with criteria about eligibility. Same story with the industrial you went through. You have a choice here of keeping the program or modifying it. We're going to recommend in this strategy that you essentially end the standard industrial abatement and you create a policy where you will look at a 4-year tax abatement schedule that approximates that same value. So instead of 5 years to get it, you'll have 4 years abatement to get that same 5-year value, because we'll skip year 1 again. Now, this is different than the industrial in the sense that it's going to have to come to you. You're going to have to agree to it. The eligibility be based on our city decision rather than the state law.
It's not exactly the same amount, right? When we
It's really, it's
close.
within like a percentage point.
It's close,
not
but it's not
substantial.
exactly.
Right. So here's the 5 strategy summaries slides. We talked about this. We want to get as much done by January 1st for the maximum benefit. The strategy to limit collection in the 1st and 2nd year if possible. The phase out of this program and giving enough notice to people to be able to move ahead, still with some projects late this year, but not next year. Edit the existing tax abatement areas if we're going to keep them, to remove year 1. And then the same thing with industrial tax abatement is to make it, modify it so that they get the same value from 4 years of abatement over a 5-year period, but then it's going to be a case-by-case review instead of automatic. Those are the strategies that we're recommending.
Yeah. Oh, I want to get back in TIF just as I could, to remind you the importance of TIF, because we're going to switch, I think, the emphasis on TIF in the future. When we do this, it's important that 2 things happen. Usually when we deal with the research park or something, they always bring 1 or 2 projects at hand. You know, before we put in $10 million of infrastructure, we have a couple of buildings already set. And they also establish a minimum assessment value. So the risk is eliminated there, right? It's a little less if we're doing the infrastructure itself. Now, that's why we also prefer to do the rebate, because the onus and the risk switches to the developer themselves. If they don't develop as they said, at the amount they said, they won't get paid. So that's the balance we have to continue looking at. Whether we built infrastructure, we might put our own infrastructure on, let's say, up at the 190th, let's say, right? We might put in roundabout.
I think the roundabout's the good example.
The roundabout TIF. Well, it's always good if you have something in hand, and that's why we're looking at, if you remember.
So with the Bluffs project, we know there's certain improvements there that we can finance the TIF off of. It's not speculative. It's much like the research park example.
We learned build it, it will come doesn't always work that way, so we got to be careful. So those are our strategies. I think we're being more proactive in certain areas, right? We're trying to react to the legislature too, by delaying the benefit for 1 or 2 years, right? But I think overall it's a good positive strategy. It may have to change. As Corey said, we may find our interpretations wrong, or the state clarifies it for us where we're misinterpreting that change. And also next year, the state legislature could do something that forces us to a different strategy. I think you'll see we're ahead of everybody. We are. Other cities are doing things much more quietly maybe than we are. We're coming out and telling you what our strategy is. I think people will follow suit. You could follow Des Moines, what they're starting to do. They're talking about eliminating all abatements. I think they're in the same has the same attitude about delaying on TIF the first year and things like that. And other cities will follow suit, I think. So I think it's a good strategy. Not perfect. It's kind of like alleyways. It's not perfect. But I think it's a good response to the change in the state law. So I do think we need some kind of resolution to make sure you're in support. Obviously, the one on the actual areas will come back on the 8th. Is it 8th of September?
Mm-hmm.
Those actual areas you want to take advantage of. Remember, before January. I don't know if you feel comfortable voting on the other strategies, and there'll be more specifics involved in there too. We'll have to come up with it.
Right. So really you're giving direction, you're giving motions really to move us ahead. All of the ordinances have to be edited.
Yeah, you'll come back with
there's multiple steps to change course, but if we don't start, we're not going to get it.
That's correct. So I don't know if you feel comfortable. We're unveiling it for the first time to you and the public. I don't know if you need time before you make motions to proceed, to commit to those. If you feel comfortable, we welcome it.
Just one final question on number 3. Could you put that one back up? So the way you laid this out seems very reasonable to me, but I'm curious if you've had any interaction with developers specifically on whether they think this time frame works well. I mean, if we had that feedback.
So we haven't talked to any developers other than the ones that want TIF. So that would be more of a different customer base in terms of most likely builders rather than developers. The developers are typically doing the subdivisions. They may have home building arms. I understand that, but the developers that we're talking about for incentives are about the subdivision development, not the home construction.
Yeah. So that was a helpful delineation. I hadn't thought about that. So Mayor, are you ready for motions?
Yeah. So my question is for staff, if a motion for council being supportive of strategies 2, 3, 4, and 5 and to take the next steps, is that adequate to move things forward? I'm ready for a motion.
So do you want them in a bulk or
unless there's people that have issues.
They want to split them out. If you can
split them out,
you can all agree to them. We could do it all at once.
Yeah. So, and this is just to start the process. So let's say that we really got this wrong and there'll still be opportunity for us to get feedback. So this is just starting the process.
This is so that I can get the ball rolling on drafting the documents and setting hearing dates to make changes. So there'll definitely be opportunity for public input as we go along. That's not decided tonight.
So I'll move that we adopt strategies 1 through 5.
2 through 5.
Right?
1 is going to come back on the 8th.
Oh, that's right.
One you got to
on the agenda for next.
Agree to the areas.
2 through 5.
Second.
All right, moving second, strategy to support and or adopt strategies 2, 3, 4, and 5. Any discussion? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Anything else that you need from us tonight?
It's enough. It's enough.
Again, fantastic presentation.
I hope we
Good
accomplished. You get a better
education.
understanding of TIF abatement. That was one of the goals. We told you the difference in the state law, and hopefully we came with some strategies and recommendations to react to. So I hope you appreciate what the staff did here.
So are we going to have an opportunity to have this kind of conversation with the development community? Because as we were going through this, I was trying to imagine how you would develop a pro forma in light of this environment. So is that...
No.
Is there
How do you develop a pro forma? You mean a project pro forma?
Right.
They do that and they provide it to these guys.
I understand, but I mean, this is new for them as well. And so I'm just curious if there was going to be any effort to reach out and have something like this with our development community.
I think the 2 projects that are going to likely ask for TIF, we've consulted with them. They know what we're talking about in this. So I don't know how to talk to anybody else because they don't have a pro forma.
The Link
2
project
that I know of, we have talked to them about this strategy.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll move on. Item number 34, staff report on FY 25-26 Climate Action Plan update.
It's only 12. Gain, Julie.
No, this is
All right, good evening, Council. We're here tonight with the annual update on the Climate Action Plan. So I'm joined up here tonight by Demencia and Ava, Green Iowa AmeriCorps members that have been serving here with the City of Ames for the past 11 months, and then Don Comer, Director for Electric Services. So I'll move through this pretty quickly. Obviously, feel free to jump in with questions. I'm happy to provide more information about any of the topics that we'll discuss tonight. So starting with the greenhouse gas inventory, this is our yardstick for the Climate Action Plan. This is how we measure progress against the goals that were set out when the Climate Action Plan was accepted in 2023. So those goals were 70% reduction by 2030 and 94% reduction by 2050. Most recent data we have is now from 2024. So this is the first greenhouse gas inventory that we've conducted since the Climate Action Plan, and that was using 2018 data. So this is kind of the first look that we have, since 2018 on this data. And then we'll look forward to doing this kind of every 2 years going forward. We took a little bit different approach, a little bit higher level. That's not as much, it's not a 100-page report for the greenhouse gas inventory like it was the first time, done by a consultant. This was done in-house at a little bit higher level, but it still gives us a really good look at where we're at for our emissions. So it's 15% is the reduction that we've experienced since 2018 that we're using as the baseline. I included 2014 in there just for context. Really what's driving those reductions are fuel switching at power plants within the city. So that's our power plant, and then the one over at Iowa State in 2023. So those are where we see kind of huge reductions in those emissions. And then some gains to residential energy efficiency. That one's encouraging to see. That's despite the growth. More houses, despite there being more houses, they're using less energy. So that's great to see. And then some other reductions in other areas. You see most of the inventory is still in that electric sector at 42%. And then the rest of it is in our, over at Iowa State, our natural gas use and residential, commercial, and then transportation and waste are those other major sources of emissions.
On this one, how much do we expect to see with the new, more efficient generating equipment that we'll be switching to?
So the generators that we're putting in, it's about 70 I gotta say this right, 30% more efficient, or it'll be down to about 70% of what we're producing today.
Now. Okay, thank you.
And that goes nicely into our big move number one is renewable energy generation. So this chart on the right will look very different. We won't have to burn as much natural gas once that new generation is up and running. The imported from the grid, that segment will be a lot larger. That power from the grid is mixed between renewables and other sources. So that will help us out, not burning as much natural gas. But on the renewable side, just hit, as council is well aware of, changes in federal policy and those incentives have made it much more challenging to install that utility scale renewable energy generation. We're excited about the projects on the Aquatic Center and on the plaza, but we look forward to the changes that we mentioned in generation going forward. On the building retrofit side, so Electric continues to run a successful rebate program, incentivizing those residential energy efficiency upgrades, across the board. Some other changes in advanced metering, time of use rates, those also save energy. And then we've been able to do a lot more energy audits and weatherization activities thanks to Green Iowa. And then looking ahead, we've got this rural energy savings program that will be back at council hopefully this fall. So that's some federal dollars, a low interest loan where we would potentially be able to offer the attractive financing to residents to upgrade their homes to more energy efficient equipment. So we're working through the underwriting process on that loan with USDA currently and hope to be back with an update in a couple of months. On the new construction side, we also have a rebate, for new construction. So two incentive programs there. One's tax abatement, one is the rebate. And then we've got a pilot project that's underway. So that's in partnership with Hunziker Construction Services. That's the rendering there on the right. It'll be at 5411 Green Street. That's under construction right now. I'm excited about that project, really testing out some new strategies for efficient, high performance new construction. We'll have public events and, be sharing a lot of that information with our stakeholders in that area, the building community and then the public as well. And then a couple of other developments, the Harrison Wallback, those units will be all electric. And then over at Baker Subdivision, those units will be running on efficient geothermal HVAC. Transportation side of things, continue to transition the municipal fleet over to alternative fuels. So that includes electric, hybrid, the B100 program. That's going to be greatly expanded here over the next couple of years with the new transfer trucks for the R3C. And then I know Cyride plans to expand their B100 fleet as well. And then really the best thing we can do to help the community and these transportation emissions is provide the EV charging infrastructure, and electric's done a great job of that. There's a new level 3 charging station at Lincoln Center that will be opening up here soon. That's a huge deal to have, that level 3 fast charging available for the community. And then lots going on the waste side of things. Also, we heard a lot about recycling tonight. We've got a few preliminary metrics in, from our partners in this program. So 57% participation means that in July, out of all the potential pickups in town, 57% of those carts were at the curb, to be serviced. So I think that's pretty encouraging for the first month of a new program. We'll continue to monitor that and other metrics for curbside recycling. They did our audit yesterday at the sorting facility. We shoot for anything under 15% contamination is good. We were at 12% contamination, so that's also promising that the waste that we're sending to the sorting facility is clean and full of recyclable material. And then the transfer station continues to, construction continues to progress on that. A lot of the multifamily, so the multifamily recycling pilot and the commercial side of things, I think those will be a lot more available once we have that infrastructure and that place to take the waste that's close by. The recycling program works because we have the scale, we have the trucks that are, despite having to drive down to Des Moines, it still works because we have those, they're full of recyclable material. But on the multifamily and commercial side, it'll make sense to kind of revisit those topics, potential policy approaches and scaling that up once we have the infrastructure available next year. But the pilot program is going well. We've got 5 buildings that we're testing out for multifamily recycling, and that'll be wrapped up in December. So look forward to keeping council posted on that. We're also recycling in our municipal facilities. Had another great year of Rummage Rampage over there at the ramp. Diverted a lot of material, raised a lot of money for local nonprofits. Had a great year for funding opportunities. A lot of our grant applications were awarded. Those are listed here. We just heard back from the DNR last week that the majority of the funding requested from the Solid Waste Alternatives Program was awarded. So we'll work with the DNR to secure that funding for the R3C. And then we operate our own climate action grants. Those are also going well. We've got community climate grants that were just awarded this past month. Those are up to $10,000 for local organizations to do projects that align with the climate action plan. So we've done a total of 13 of those projects in the last 2 years, awarding $93,000 and then leveraging 150,000 and 500 volunteer hours through those projects. And then our youth mini grants also have some great projects going on there with the high school. And then we just launched the residential owner occupied grants. So that's available for heat pumps and solar for low income residential owner occupied, and just have one project under our belts now, but we're working to kind of get the word out about that program. A few pictures. This was the Repair Cafe in KHOI. They put in, they bought some tools for the Repair Cafe and then also put in a bike rack. This was an Eco Theater Lab project where they did a series of original screenplays and songs that were written focused on climate action in Ames. Had 3 events, I think they were all well attended. This is some compost that Green Hills is now making and using in their shared gardening over there. And then this is one of several events at the library. The library's been a great resource for youth and community grant projects for education and outreach events. All right, now I'll hand it over to our folks at Green Iowa AmeriCorps.
The Green Iowa AmeriCorps is a statewide program here in Iowa that focuses on a wide spread of different sustainability topics. Here in Ames, we have our education outreach coordinator and our energy audit coordinator. In just our first year of this program here in Ames, we've done a lot of education programs and outreach events. And then we've gotten very close to our goal for energy audits and weatherizations here. And so our metrics are set out before we even start. And for being a first year program, we have done very, very well. And it is a lot thanks to Dee and her head on set to get all those connections. So I'll let her talk about all of our connections we've made.
Yeah, so our first connection that we have made is we worked really closely with multiple organizations throughout Ames, and most of our outreach and education activities would not be possible without their support. We worked closely with Ames Public Library, not only doing youth focus events like you see in this picture here, but also adult programming. So some youth programs we've done is Storybook STEM, recycling bingo, and adult programmings that we have done is like a presentation style talk with another AmeriCorps member who's in a different program with the Corps, and it was called Real People, Real Conservation. Our next organization we worked with a lot is Ryman Gardens here in Ames. They let us come and do lots of educational activities. We've done about, I think it was 4 camps with them this summer. 4 camps. They have a theme for each camp, and we're able to go in and match the theme and teach them about different do a different educational program surrounding that theme that they have. And we did 2 sessions per 1 session per age group. So they had 2 different age groups. So we went in and did 2 sessions per camp. We also did Parks and Rec day camps this summer, and we were able to reach about 120 participants. So it's a lot more kids that we are reaching. And so that's and it's outside, so it's very different programming, but we were able to do a lot of, we hope they had fun, and it involves a lot of running around in the park and relay races with that. ISU has also been a integral in getting our name out there and connecting with college-age residents in Ames. We went multiple times to table and was able to meet over 200 people and tell them about our program, whether it was trying to find different AmeriCorps members to join the program or just telling them about how to be more green and get involved with the City of Ames. And then we also worked with local businesses and organizations who have been super supportive of Green Iowa's missions. We worked with Wheatsfield to table for Earth Day. We also worked to plan and put on a house plant swap with Backyard Alley Plants, Plant Nannies, and Lockwood Cafe. At this event, we were able to swap over 200 plants and connect Ames residents to each other. We also did a lot of outreach just with the city itself. So when rolling out the city's curbside recycling program, we were able to help table and talk about recyclables, what is recyclable and what is not recyclable. So that is a picture of us playing a game with kids and able to start that education from the youth up, as well as just different questions the residents had about recycling. We were able to put on original programming, such as Understanding Your Bill program, where we helped residents who had questions about what was on their utility bill and why it's there. And we were also able to give tips about how to reduce some of their electrical bills and give out a smart thermostat to a lucky winner. And then another program we did was Branching Out Tree Giveaway, where we worked with volunteers and supportive departments across the city and gave out over 500 trees to Ames residents. We also had a presence at the Ames Farmers Market, providing free recyclable crafts for kids and adults to show how to divert some waste from landfills through creativity. One example is doing those, you make market bags out of t-shirts, and that is just me helping a girl make her market bag and decorate it how she wanted it.
All right, thanks. Yeah, the partnerships with Green Iowa has really been great to expanded our capacity to do environmental education in the community. So I look forward to continuing that. And I think I visited on all of these. Just wanted to kind of re-highlight everything that we're looking ahead. I know in this presentation we've looked at kind of what in the past year and also looking ahead in the future, but I'm looking forward to continuing progress on all the goals in the Climate Action Plan, and happy to answer any questions.
Well, thanks for your investment here. You've been very busy. How much longer do we have you here in the city?
Yeah, so my final day is the 31st of this month, and then Ava is staying on for another term, so you'll have her for another 11 months.
Well, thanks for your service to our community. I have just one small question. As we do these energy audits, are we mapping this? So are we keeping track of those homes that we're able to help with their audits?
Yeah, we take their address is compiled every time we do one. And then when we first started out trying to get more, we actually made a map to see like low income housing to try and target those because that was a big thing. But we do see that kind of fall away. We have had a huge chunk in Old Town that we've done. Like we wrapped up a weatherization today on Burnett, and that's been a very popular area that we've gone back to a few times. But we've gotten a little busy over the summer doing multiple things, so we probably will look to map out more so we can expand next year. But since audits will hopefully pick up, we decided to lower our metric because we started with 50 audits, and now we're moving to 40 because we struggled to get some signups during the summer months because a lot of people weren't focused on it. During winter, we saw a lot of signups. Just during the summer, it really has not seen a lot.
Yep. Well, thank you for your service.
I've got a question that's kind of for maybe Rachel and Steve, and that is regarding Ride. Can you go back to that slide about transportation? What I heard at the 50th anniversary was that Ride is looking at doing or converting a lot, if not all buses to B100. Is that correct?
All of them?
I mean, all the diesel ones.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And so it costs money to convert each of those. Is that covered by a grant, or is that going to come out of operations? And if we got a 2% cap on your increase every year, didn't know how that might be affected.
Well, whether it's operation, they have we get state grants for operations, so I think it's all covered. It's all in our budgets.
They did receive a federal grant to convert that and to have on-site fueling over there too.
So we got grant. They do very well on federal and state grants,
Right?
Even for operations, not just capital. So
it was anticipated that grants would cover the cost for that conversion.
Yeah.
Okay.
The bigger challenge is
operation,
labor costs, and fuel.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Those are your biggest ones: fuel and labor.
Right.
So, and I won't get into that, but yeah, 2% is not a lot without growth.
Okay. Other questions?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you for the update. And I hear correctly, we'll see you for another 11 months. Is that right? Both of you?
Just me. I graduate from Iowa State in May, so I'll be here till next August.
Very good. All right. Thank you. All right. Move on to item number 35. Electric revenue loan and disbursement agreements.
All right. Good evening again. Tonight, we're here to talk about the first step in authorizing electric revenue loan and disbursement agreements for the new Ames Energy Center. Of course, Council approved a contract for roughly $72 million for the RICE engines a few weeks ago. We've already begun making payments on that contract. And so tonight we've asked Suzanne here, who is our financial advisor for PFM, to kind of review the progress that we need to make to be able to, I guess, make those payments and talk about the plan that she's pulled together. Of course, we had a presentation back in April from PFM, recommended a 2% increase. They talked about market conditions, did a few of those things. Since then, we've received a cash flow from our engineer. So we made a lot of assumptions back in April. We didn't have any real material or project costs. And so I think now we have maybe a better idea of what our cash flow is going to look like. And we realize now that some of the significant payments on the RICE engines are up front instead of near the end of the project, which I think we originally anticipated. So I'll turn it over to Suzanne.
All right, and so in front of you, you have an updated memo. I think there was an older version that was included in the packets earlier. We've made some revisions to our calculations and how we sort of evaluated option 1 and option 2. I'll start probably on page 2 of the memo. And as Corey mentioned, we had assumed we were going to be starting the project in 2027 and did not anticipate the $36 million of payments. Roughly 50% of those RICE engines have to be paid for within the first 9 months of the contract. So we are coming to you with a revised plan of finance that I'm laying out. The table underneath the RICE payment schedule, $72 million, is the rough construction estimates from the engineer by fiscal year for the whole $192 million project. It falls over 6 different fiscal years, and so rather than doing one large construction loan and one large fixed loan at the end, or even breaking that into 2, we sort of amended our plan of finance to try and take advantage of interest rates right now. There's concern interest rates will continue to rise. Let's mitigate our interest rate risk, and we already know what we're going to spend on the RICE engines. It's a fixed schedule. It gives us time to sort of get the seed money, if you will, to get things going, get the bids, be prepared to pivot for phase 2. But what I'm proposing tonight is a 3-phased approach to financing the project. Phase 1.
Can I just ask you a quick
Yeah,
question?
sure, go ahead.
On your first page, it says, the first bullet, that the RICE engines are $95 million. I'm just confused by
Yeah, I
that.
think that's just a typo. That's $72 million is referenced on the next page. That's the correct.
So we just saved $23 million, is
Yeah.
that right?
Unfortunately, that's not how that works.
Oh.
Oh, those are not even close to accurate. My
Okay, so I just
apologies.
thought, is something being told to us that we're not catching, and that is that price went up?
No, that's
Okay.
not the case.
No, those,
Thank you.
those are probably description errors of how it was characterized in
Very
the
good.
original model. I just went through my colleague's model and was making quick scratches of the amounts, and that's what that's not the RICE engine. I think it was the RICE engine and the cost of other parts of the construction, but that's just how it was described in the original and broken out. So there were 3 loans contemplated in the original plan of finance that was presented based on those amounts, and the RICE engines being the largest share of the $95 million, but also inclusive of other things.
Thank you.
But yes, that was the original plan of finance. And so this is what has changed since then. And so the option 1 that PFM is proposing is a 3-phase approach that would, the phase 1 would finance just over $50 million, which would be the construction funding through February 2028. So that gets us through the majority of all of fiscal 27 and over half of fiscal 28. By the end of February 28, you will have construction bids in hand for the full project, and you'll have your construction manager at risk, and all of that wrapped up. And then phase 2 would fund $71.55 million, which is another year of funding through March 2029, followed by phase 3. That PFM is still recommending we do the short-term construction loan to make sure we don't over-borrow for the project. There's contingencies, there's significant contingencies in the cash flows. There's always change orders along the way. And so to make sure we right-size the borrowing, to me, it made the most sense to do the short-term loan at the end instead of at the beginning. Let's take advantage of good long-term rates right now. Let's take advantage of the current good credit rating as long as we can, borrow slowly over time, hopefully keeping a higher credit rating if we're going to get, I'll get to that in a second, but hopefully keeping the costs low, taking advantage of strong investment rates too, because by borrowing up front, you can invest unspent bond proceeds as well that will help net the cost of borrowing. And so PFM has calculated the all-in cost of option 1, which includes fixed rate bonds in 26 and 28, construction loan in 29, that will be fixed at the end of the construction period in October 2030, net of over $5 million of interest income based on the construction spend at 3.75, which is a conservative interest rate. total all-in cost for option one, 405,235,000, and that includes. I see faces. That's a large number. That includes all of the interest. That assumes we're going to borrow over 30 years, since this is such a significant life cycle project. We're going to do 30-year bonds. That is always been the plan. It's sort of industry standard for these large projects, and that is. The cost of that is roughly $7 million cheaper than the original option two. And I had broken option two into just two phases, basically 90 million and 90 million-ish, a little bit backloaded, I would say, based on the construction schedule, but to do 88 million up front, and then fix it out once we got to the end of that construction period in 28, and then do another short-term construction loan that you would just draw on through the end of the construction period in October 2030, and then fix it out. Now, I did use the same timing. I added cushion over time, about 25 basis points every 2 years we went out further. I assumed jumping in with a larger borrowing, the ratings would probably be a little bit lower, and so I tried to keep it apples to apples as much as possible. But option one saves us money, and I think is going to mitigate that interest rate risk for the city. And so on the next thing I want to talk about is ratings, right? The city only has one series of electric revenue bonds outstanding that get paid off on June 1st of 2027. That was a $9.5 million issuance that we worked on together back in 2015. And those bonds are rated AA2, which is an extremely high credit rating for an electric revenue bond. Obviously based on very low leverage, the size of the system, all of those things. I do not think that it is possible for us to keep the AA2 rating and issue $192 million worth of bonds. So I've kind of laid out my thoughts. The financial strength of the electric enterprise is, I would say, a AA credit quality. The customer base, the solid cash reserves, institutional presence, Iowa State University, all, I would say, support the AA credit level rating, but we're going to be leveraging and increasing those long-term liabilities ratio significantly. That will probably force it down into the A category out of the AA category. Depending on how the rating analyst applies the future debt, it's sort of at the discretion of the analyst based on the current methodology. If a rating is supposed to be for the 2-year outlook period. And so the plan of finance I'm proposing gets us outside of the 2-year period for the majority of the debt. And we're kind of issuing in a cycle, at least the first 50 million. We're not going to be coming back for almost just around 2 years. And so I'm hopeful that we can at least get one series of bonds, this initial series of bonds, at a higher rating, whether it's the AA or whether it's a higher A credit, before we have fully leveraged down. Now, the rating analyst will stress test it for the full amount, but I'm considering an A3 to be the worst case outcome for a rating outcome. That's actually a pretty normal rating for an electric enterprise, and I would say A1 or A2 being sort of the best case scenario for the City of Ames after we get through the whole credit process. So. Again, option one is what PFM recommends to do the phase funding. It's $7.4 million less over the 30-year amortization schedule and over the 6 fiscal year construction schedule. And so happy to answer any questions anybody has. And this would be the first action tonight to start the process to issue that first series of bonds.
Yeah. So the thought process was, before we initiate the first action, we want to talk about a new plan. And so the action tonight is to set the public hearing for September 8th. And so didn't want to just show up and say, well, let's set the public hearing and talk about it at the hearing. Let's talk about it now, let you know what the plan is going forward.
Questions?
We saved such an important and big number for such a late time in the meeting. Just a couple questions. So we've never done anything of this size before, and I just would like to just press in just on one premise, and that is your thoughts about municipal bond rates going forward. I'm super nervous about this subject because our national debt just crossed over the $40 trillion rate mark, and no one seems to care. And so if that continues to tick up, that's going to put pressure, in my opinion, on these bonds. That's just a rookie's outsider's perspective, could you speak to just real brief, because it's so late, but the premise that you have in terms of the outlook for municipal bond rates?
I mean, we as the I'm trying to think where to start. The consensus, the underwriters, and I'll talk about it in the geo bond pricing today. The consensus would agree with you that the expectation is that rates will continue to rise. We saw that in the pricing today for the geo bonds that I'll talk about in the next item. How high that is, what the ceiling is, we don't know until we get there. Things change. In my tenure at PFM, I've been through 4 once-in-a-lifetime market events. And there's another presidency that'll come, and there's all kinds of things that will change that could impact it overall. But the market consensus that I agree with is that rates will likely rise.
And so my last question is, and I think you said this in your presentation, but just to clarify, how does that premise then inform your recommendation?
So
is you're just sort of front loading?
Yes. So so the original plan of finance was to do a short-term construction loan that wouldn't be fixed. You wouldn't fix your interest rates for 2 years. That was the initial plan of finance. And I'm not making that recommendation today. I'm saying we fix up front, and we fix in long-term 30-year interest rates today for the first round. Phase 2 will be fixed rate long-term 30-year bonds in 2 years, and we save the construction loan, the short-term loan that you would then fix at the end of the construction period. And that's really to right size.
So we're hedging, in essence, we're hedging our bets by locking in on the front today.
Yes.
Am I saying that right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
So you have a chart on page 2 that shows the AA2, AA3, A1, A2, A3. Can you explain what you're seeking to communicate to council on that?
Yeah, so I'm mentioning that I think we're going to have a rating downgrade. The current electric revenue bonds are rated AA2, and so I've given sort of the range of basis points or percent increase over the AAA BVAL scale based on the rating category from AA2 to A3. Every time we take a notch down, it's around 5 to 15 basis. I would say 15 basis points is the brackets I'm giving you. Rates go up, rates go down. The market contracts, it expands. So I've given you a range because it's hard to know day by day. But generally speaking, it's going to be 5 basis points more as you drop. And your spreads can widen. If you're in a AA3, likely to go to a AA1 or something like that. The bottom of the rating categories, they can spread a little wider. The tops tends to spread a little tighter, but I've just given you sort of averages. And this is how I looked to quantify. So this is the pricing spreads I used in my analysis as well. So I assumed that we did the first round of bonds as a AA category rating, and then I assumed that the 28 bonds would be like an A1, and then I assumed the 30 bonds would be an A3 in all of the different scenarios I ran. And so I'm giving you as an example what that costs, like what is 5 basis points in real dollars. And so I'm using the present value of 1 basis point on the proposed the $51 million bonds that we were setting the public hearing for tonight. Present value of 1 basis point is $59,706. So if you take that times the 5 basis points for the life of the bonds, it's going to cost you over the 30-year period for the AA3 rating from the current rating at AA2, it would cost you an extra $300,000 roughly. If you go down another category, roughly $300,000 per notch down. And so if we were to go all the way then per $50 million is how you can look at that, right? So that's per rating notch per $50 million. And so take those numbers times 3, and then some if you want to look at all of the bonds being rated AA3, or I'm sorry, an A3 for the 30-year period. So I'm trying to quantify the value of the rating.
So the right-hand column illustrates for every downgrade, every step, what the additional over the life of the loan, the total interest increase would be.
Yes.
And that's based on essentially a $50 million
Yes.
bond. Is that correct?
Yes, based on the bonds that are proposed to be for phase one.
And so we're at we're double A2 right now.
Mm-hmm.
And you were projecting we'd be down to, was it A1 for the next, in 2 years, and A3 2 years from there?
Yeah. Yes, that's my assumption.
Okay, so is that just for the electric utility, or is that for the entire city?
This
debt?
is just for the bonds that would, the electric revenue bonds that would finance the new thermal generation project.
So we're talking about, and you probably heard, there's an Ames Event Center. We're talking about indoor rec center. We're talking about a multitude of different projects. We got a phase 2 in 2031, 2032 of 60-some, 70-some million dollars at the wastewater treatment plant, and on and on and on. How does this rating, how would that affect our city's rating and getting?
So there's a second memo that was provided to you that actually covers that, and I think we were hoping to cover that at the same time we talk about the general bond or general obligation bonds we issued.
So you're saying just please be quiet.
No,
us proceed.
good question.
It's a great
We're ready
question.
to talk about it.
I have a
fine.
whole memo to answer that question.
Well, I just think it's really important for council to fully understand that as we layer on more and more debt, the impact that it has on borrowing costs, essentially.
And one thing to keep in mind, so electric revenue bonds have their own rating. It's a separate rating from the city's general obligation credit rating.
All right.
And so the underlying issuer rating, an enterprise is going to be notched off of the enterprise rating. And so the GEO rating equals the enterprise rating because it's your full faith and credit. And every sort of revenue bond or other security pledge would be notched off of the issuer rating.
What do you mean by notched off of?
It's going to be the foundational rating that they're going to start from, and then they're going to move it up and down based on the criteria and the methodology of the specific credit. But the issuer rating is the foundation of every rating from Moody's, and the GEO credit rating is equal to your issuer credit rating. And so having the electric revenue bonds be A3 is not going to impact your GEO rating, but the A3 will be an outcome starting with your issuer rating and then notching down based on the methodology from where you are today is a AA1.
And your next memo will discuss this.
Yeah. Well, it'll address the impact of additional debt.
Yeah. Okay.
And these bonds were included in the most recent rating report. So this $197 million is already accounted for in the Moody's rating currently today.
And so I'm way above my pay grade here. A3 means what to investors?
A3 is the lowest level of an A rating, which is an investment grade rating. Once you drop to BAA and below, you start to get out of what they call investment grade. BAA is still technically considered investment grade, but it's the very bottom of the investment grade tier. So that's why it's not on the chart. We don't want to be there. And nor do I think we will be.
What would push us below A3?
Larger, some sort of state level change that requires you, that strips away your ability to set rates and charges yourself as an enterprise and institutes some sort of state level mandated. You have to go to the board to be able to raise your rates and not manage your electric rates. I work for a state that has that. They have to go to a state level board. It's an automatic notch downgrade. Their larger employer or larger users could close. There could be economic hardship that would be, catastrophic.
Factors.
Iowa State University could close, right? Those are things that probably will never happen, but things like that have to be institutional structural changes, in my opinion, because of the strong underlying credit the City of Ames possesses.
So what if the project came in at $210 million versus $190 million? Would that change the bond rating?
I mean, if you don't maintain the debt service coverage that is proposed, right? If you don't raise rates in order to pay for it, then I would say yes. But nominally, the project itself, I don't think so. No, because we'd have to push beyond the ratios that have been identified in the Moody's credit presentation or in the report that we'll talk about in a second.
Is there any other questions that council has? Otherwise, we need to do, you need a,
Set the public hearing for September 8th.
Yeah.
yep, set the public hearing.
Do you want a motion?
Yeah. Trying to get to the motion. I'm sorry, my iPad just froze up. Go ahead.
I would move that we set the public hearing to September 8th for the proposal to enter into an electric revenue loan and disbursement agreement.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
Betcher,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Rollins,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Okay.
All right, the second item for tonight, we sold general obligation bonds this morning, so we're here to report the results of that. And then also, in light of all of the financing we've been doing recently, we asked Suzanne to comment on our bond rating, the report we received back from Moody, and also some of the feedback that they gave us as part of that report.
Okay. So first, I'll review the results of the sale today. As a reminder, our goal for a competitive sale is to get at least 3 bids. We had 6 bidders signed up this morning, and we received 3 bids from those 6 bidders. I did notice that one of them slid into a selling group that did not bid today. So in making some phone calls, I always want to know if somebody signs up and doesn't bid. We had someone that said they had someone call in sick and they didn't have the staff to get it done. And then the other 2 underwriters just said there were other deals that pulled their attention away today. So it wasn't anything about the City of Ames. It wasn't anything that pulled them away other than other priorities based on their investors. And so we did get 3 bids today. And as a reminder, the GEO bonds are financing the annual CIP over the 12-year term. And we did do a full 20-year term for the fire station, which is sort of what we do when it's significant at city infrastructure. And we are also financing the solid waste transfer station that is also termed over the 20-year period. The CIP and the CIP portion of the bonds and the fire station will be paid by taxes, and the transfer station portion of the bonds will be paid for by solid waste enterprise fund transfers into debt service to abate those. Moody's did affirm the AA1 credit rating. That is the top tier of the AA class of ratings, 1 notch below AAA, the highest possible rating. The 3 bids that came included 45 different banks, so I think we lost some banks in the syndicates today, which is fine. And the TIC range, again, the true interest cost is how PFM measures and makes our recommendation to award the bonds. Every maturity gets its own coupon, its own yield, and its own price, and then we aggregate them and include the present value of all of the cash flows from the interest rates bid and include the underwriter's discount to calculate what we call the true interest cost, which is that aggregated APR. The range from the first place to the last place bid today was 4.04% to 4.10%. So just 6 basis points between our first and our third place bidder today. The winning bidder was Raymond James with a 10-member selling syndicate out of New York, New York. And they were at 4.0497%. The second place bidder, we call that the cover bidder, was from Robert W. Baird out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin with a 34-member selling syndicate. So 2 very large syndicates in first and second place today. Baird came in at 4.088%, just 4 basis points over the winning bidder. Pricing was a little bit all over the place, 11 basis points to 60 basis points over the AAA BVAL scale. And to me, that signals 2 things. It signals uncertainty about future interest rates, and it signals to me that they think interest rates are going to rise. It's very unusual to see the City of Ames, a AA1 credit, pricing 60 basis points over the AAA scale. But on aggregate, overall pricing was good, just 30 basis points over the AAA scale. And again, I think that that's just a signal that rates, I think the market consensus is rates are going to continue to rise, and investors and underwriters are buffering those bids a little bit. Rates are 40 basis points higher than they were a year ago. So I think that locking as much in today as we can is the wise choice for the City of Ames. And so with that, I'll answer any questions anybody might have.
It's crazy that someone's sick cat can have a bearing on how this all goes down.
Beg your pardon?
It's okay. Just bidders showing up.
Oh,
Mhm.
Your motion?
yes.
Move that we accept the bid.
Second.
So, do you need probably need alternative?
Alternative one?
Yeah, it's accepting bids, authorizing sale, issuance of general obligation bonds, and is a par. What was the par amount?
The par amount as bid was 44,320,000, but we resized and released the premium we could to fund all of the projects and decrease the principal amount to 43,610,000.
Is that what we need in the motion then? Yep.
I believe so.
So moved.
So, would you repeat that number again, please? 43.
The final par amount 43,610,000.
43610
Yes.
000.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
So the alternative one, and instead of what's in the CIF, it'd be replaced with the CIF says 46,204,76. That would be
That was combined par. That was combined by par and premium is what we were trying to get at there.
all right. We'll have a motion. You can coordinate with Corey, make sure the right number gets inserted in the motion, right? You're at
Yep.
that? All right.
Yep.
Roll call.
Betcher,
Aye.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Rollins,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Okay.
The second part of this topic is we want to talk about the credit rating we received from Moody's and some of the feedback on that report.
Yeah, so this was the first credit rating report where the city now has over 250 million of debt outstanding, and so now you are assigned a rating outlook. Moody's did assign the rating outlook of stable to the City of Ames, and this includes the 190 million that is contemplated for the new thermal generation project. The outlook period is a 2-year period, so Moody's doesn't think the rating will change over the next 2 years. We did give them our thoughts on the plan of finance, and so, but there are two ratios that are nearing the threshold mentioned as a downgrade that I thought it was important for us to talk about tonight. The long-term liabilities ratio, inclusive of the $190 million electric revenue bonds, when they backed out the Mary Greeley Hospital revenues, was pushing 180%, and the downgrade threshold is 200%. And so, quick calculation back of the napkin, that represents roughly $48 million of cushion before the city would push over that threshold to 200% for the long-term liabilities ratio in the stress test that could trigger a review for the downgrade. Obviously, the current CIP doesn't have anything in it that Moody's felt would cause any sort of negative outlook or likely downgrade. And obviously, revenues would grow each year, capped at 2% with net new, which sort of it's going to be harder to grow that the denominator as quickly as we could before in the new capped 2% environment.
But that does not include the rec center, does it? That's not in there. It's not in the CIP.
None of the projects.
That's not the parking ramps, not in there.
Mm-mm.
That's not the event center. That's not in there. That's not the Ontario Parks.
We provide them the CIP as it is.
I know. I just want to point out
Yep.
Yeah.
that's going to take us over.
Yep.
Big time over the threshold.
Yeah. And so, and then the other thing that was talked about, right, is because you're prudent and spend the cash, spend the tax dollars that you have, and you've been raising rates in electric planning for this, and there will be some spend down of cash reserves. It's kind of a double-edged sword. You either borrow and keep your cash, or you use your cash and draw down your cash and borrow less. But those are actually the two metrics that were called out because you'll be drawing down roughly reserves over the next few years, specifically in the electric fund. That was just called out that that could be you're nearing the threshold. And so I kind of I also wanted to compare, just in general, the tone between the 2025 report and the 2026 report. It just struck me. I've always seen nothing but strength in the City of Ames credit rating and in the profile, and I still see a lot of strength, but this is the first time that Moody's really brought two things to our attention, shifted the focus off of sort of the economy. I kind of give Moody's a hard time because I think your student population brings down your median household income. I think it's, you know, artificially low because of the student population and different things. The hospital we've talked a lot about, that represents enterprise risk, but they're stress testing these numbers in a way that I just thought it was prudent to have the conversation about. You know, the 25 report sort of treats these metrics as settled, and then now in 26 we're introducing a lot of conversation around stress testing because it's a significant project that the city is undertaking, and so it's prudent to stress test. And you had a new rating analyst that brought a fresh set of eyes to it and really wanted to kind of poke holes all the way around to check for any rating weaknesses, and her recommendation was an affirmation of the AA1 stable outlook.
So in your first sentence, though, it says, for the first time, assigned a stable outlook. What were we prior to stable?
The city did not have an outlook because you did not have the threshold of debt to be assigned an outlook. So it was the first time you had reached the $250 million threshold to be assigned an outlook.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yep, that's okay. And so I'll just go kind of to page 3 of my memo. Want to make sure that I'm being clear. The rating is not under imminent downgrade pressure. It was a stable outlook, but I hear other large projects being contemplated, and I just felt it was prudent to bring this to your attention. Again, the AA1 to AA2, 5 basis points probably. That's not zero. It's not nothing, but that's the reality. If something were to happen. The debt capacity and the reserve capacity are now the same decision, right? Everything is sort of linked. When you spend the cash and don't issue the debt, that's linked to issuing the debt and keeping the cash. Like if you do both, which we're going to do, which is prudent to do in the electric thermal generation project, it does have an impact, but that's already in the rating. It's if we do that again, right? That all of that is already baked into the AA1 stable. It's if we do that again, if we spend down reserves again, if we have narrower reserves in the general fund or the general governmental funds, or overall, if we're starting to spend down cash in all of the enterprise funds for projects, those will have a little bit more meaningful impact since we're sort of nearing that threshold that Moody's has outlined for us. And so, you know, there remains to be the structural factors outside the city's control, you know, the economic, the resident income and the economic growth factor that they apply. For Iowa in general, that's not a City of Ames -1, that's an Iowa -1 because our GDP lags the US GDP materially. Right. So, but again, I just thought it was prudent to have that conversation and bring it to your attention.
And getting back to the strategy, we talked about TIF and doing rebates. That's one of the advantages of doing rebates rather than us issuing debt and making a public improvement, because that doesn't count towards your debt service, obviously, if you have an obligation to rebate. Right. How about abated debt? Is abated debt count towards in their matrix?
So abatement would reduce your revenue, right? An abatement program reduces your...
No, excuse me, abated debt. Let's say we did through a TIF through abated.
So if you do geo bonds that are abated by something else.
Yes, is that a different category, or is that still count against you?
No, they count all debt.
Even abated debt.
They count even your SRF debt now. They changed their methodology in November 23, November, okay. I can't remember. All debt is included. So it doesn't matter if it's abated, not abated, SRF loan, revenue bonds, it's all counted.
So that means we should think more about rebated TIF is the most important way to go.
I think you didn't mention the second to last paragraph on your page 3. Your recommendation. Council should evaluate the size and timing of any new capital projects not already contemplated.
Yeah. Against
both measures Moody's now has published.
We've got 5 projects.
Can you explain what that? So, for example, conversation is hypothetical project. You want to do, let's say it's $25 million.
Okay.
What should council be considering? What questions should they be asking? Besides having you on speed dial, because the point is, this is where we're headed, and there's there's projects that exceed what you're,
Oh, yeah.
48 million. And so, and none of them been approved, but it's just, this is now, we're in a different territory than what we used to be.
Well, I think timing, it's not that you can't do any of those other large projects. It's going
Right.
to be the timing. You don't want to do them all at once. You don't want to, you want to make sure you get the bang for your buck in new construction dollars. You want, or local option sales. Like there needs to be some maybe tougher standards, I would say, maybe is how I would kind of think about it, like a return on your investment. If you're going to issue debt for these projects, what's the return on the investment? Something, I don't remember of all the projects, like a parking ramp versus, an events center versus, a community project. They're all going to have very different impacts to your economy, to your tax base, to your local option sales tax revenues. All of those things you are probably already taking into account. But the timing, right? And because as soon as it goes in the CIP, it's going to go in your scorecard. So if it's in the CIP, just know it's going to go in that Moody scorecard next time we talk to them next year. And so is it 2-year outlook? Is it in the 5-year that is on the wish list, that's on the list for a future date? Or is it, those are the things to think about. And as you grow, I mean, obviously you're going to continue to grow. It's just the new construction is going to be much more meaningful. The 2% just sort of gives you a little bit of a headwind to keep the current growth rates.
So taking I just divided by, I think it's $13.5 million a year is what payments would be over 30 years.
Yep.
That's a $405 million divided by 30 is 13.5.
That's about, yep.
Half of that probably is interest. It's probably more interest early on, then it just starts going down. But
that's correct.
so does every year as you pay off principal?
Yes. Yes.
Does it, that essentially gets quote add, if we did nothing, the 48 million, you would grow by 5 million the next year and 6 million the next year, or is it, see what I'm saying? As you're retiring principal, does your debt, the amount you can take on, start increasing?
Your CIP is very stable because you are paying off pretty much as fast as you're adding on. You're not out of balance for your GOCIP, I would say annually. The electric it will take just longer. We need time to raise and charges. There's a 6-year construction cycle that we have to get through for the bonds. So it does ramp up a little bit, which is going to make it, I think it's 3 or 4 years in the cash flow before we get to maximum, maybe 6 years. Well, it'll be 6 years, right? Until we've done the last series. It's 6 years till we get to maximum annual debt service. So it will go more slowly. And when we do the 20-year bonds for the facility bonds, right, we do that to mitigate the impact of the tax rate. And so there's a trade-off there, but it means you're slower to pay off the principal. But yes, there will be principal amortized every year based on the current debt. When we do that's why we pick 12 years for the CIP. It allows you to add your new CIP and kind of fill in what's falling off without materially raising the impact of the tax rate every year.
But the 4 big projects throws that off. We won't be able to keep pace with that.
Correct. Not with that. Well, I mean, unless you have other funding sources for the principal, but if it's just debt service levy, then that would be a different analysis.
So what impact would
we're only looking at the expense side. We hope to see the city grow.
Right.
Yeah.
And so how does Moody's take into account if we grow our tax base, we're growing the number of houses in our community, we hope to add additional commercial, industrial. We're only focusing on the debt side, but there's also the growth side of the community.
Correct. I think that, I think that's why they're stress testing it. They're not penalizing you for the stress test outcome, right? Because they have no growth in their stress test. It assumes worst case, all expense side, and they know that, right? Which is why I think your stable outlook. If they were really concerned you were going to be at 180 by the time you get to the peak, then your outlook probably wouldn't be stable.
So one of the takeaways from me tonight, and this has been a very good conversation, we got to keep growing the town.
That is exactly.
We
new
cannot stay,
construction.
status quo is not an option. We have to be building our tax base.
Yep. My presentation for Senate File 2472 is entitled "The End of the Status Quo."
Right.
That's what it's
end of the what?
Status quo.
Oh, the presentations I've been giving to clients that have asked for. Sorry, that's what I call it. Though, is the end of the status quo. We have entered a season where there is no more status quo budgeting. Growth, new construction is exceptionally valuable.
Yep.
But we have to find a strategy that gets us that growth.
Right.
You understand?
Yeah.
If you grow and we can't can't capture that, then we're not growing our revenue.
Absolutely.
So that's
But,
what we're
but
trying
we
to
have,
help
but
with.
we have to
Right.
grow. We have to be
Yes.
committed to seeing our community grow. So those voices who just want to see us stay frozen in time, we can't listen to those voices.
Yeah, right.
Other questions?
Any other questions?
Anything else that you want to
I think that's all
wow us with, or?
Nope, that's all I had for you tonight.
Thank
all
you.
right.
Thanks.
All right.
You're so welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we'll move on to item number 38.
I have no presentation. Any questions?
Oh.
You have a 50
Love
50
it.
slides
Love it.
that would kind of help us or go through this, or? All right, any questions for Justin on the project?
Jim Webster's.
If not, I declare the public hearing on the 2025-2026 asphalt street pavement improvement project to be open. Is there anyone who wants to address council on this topic tonight? Seeing and hearing none, I declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion.
Move we accept the report of bids.
Second?
Thank you. Those who made a motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Entertain motion on resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding a contract to Manats Incorporated and Ames, amount of $4,513,414.65.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Junk,
Aye.
Corriere,
Aye.
Rollins,
Aye.
Beatty Hansen,
Aye.
Garten,
Aye.
Betcher.
Aye.
All right. We'll move on to disposition of communications to council. We have a large,
Voluminous responses.
Yeah.
So a lot of these are staff reports that came back to you. So your decision is to say, thank you, we've got the information, or you want to pursue that further, you would put it on you put it on an agenda. So these could all become agenda items that you have to discuss and make a final decision how you're going to handle it.
Mm-hmm.
So you have two ways to move ahead with some of these. So the first one is the subdivision designation, member on 560th Street. If you got a memo on that, you want to put that on agenda for discuss
well,
action?
staff comments that said they recommend option 2, giving the staff and council an opportunity for
But I
better.
think we can't, we have to put it on.
put it on the
Put
agenda.
Yeah,
Right.
agenda.
Move we place this item on the agenda.
Second.
Can't take action now, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
True.
No?
As is always the case.
The motions are made.
For
Those-
agenda?
Those,
Yes, please.
those in favor of the
Second.
motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Now, the next one I think is just information, correct?
Correct.
An
Yes.
opinion they'd like you to share with you. So no actions required, right? Just thank them for the,
Mm-hmm.
okay, third one.
Is there,
So this goes actually to Suzanne's point about the importance of future growth. And I don't know how to work through all these details, but I would like to at least have a conversation about the zoning and how the sanitary sewer fits.
I think you
in.
need a memo
Get a
from the
memo,
staff then.
Okay.
Get a memo from staff.
Second.
those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Item 4 is a memo from attorney.
No action, right?
No
Mark?
action.
Right.
No action, right?
Right.
Memo accessible parking regulations from Justin.
This is up to you. Do you want to discuss it or just say thank you, or what do you want to do? Justin give you a lot of information.
You did.
I would move that we accept the memo and thank the resident for their input.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any opposed? Carried. Next one's on cul-de-sac parking.
I would move that we accept the memo and
Right.
thank the resident for their input.
Second.
Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Grand Avenue shared use path at Allen Drive.
I would would move that we accept the memo and thank the resident for their input.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Number 8, memo on the Lincoln Way corridor study expansion.
There was we had already approved the a certain segment of it. There was a question, what it would cost if we wanted to extend that coverage. And
But it would be, we could move to program it for a future time, right? Because the cost was too great to add to.
Yeah. It would probably be the same consultant, but a different contract if you want to do it. It's probably better you do it around, it would be a different time perhaps, but not 5 years later.
Mm-hmm.
I think this also was in response to the residents that came, expressed concern about the safety along that corridor, and it was just it was a question, what might it cost, or could it be added to the scope of work? I had no idea it was going to basically almost double the price of the study.
Yeah, it's not a change order. We'd have to do a new contract.
So,
I would
and not the same time, right?
move that we place this item on a future agenda to consider.
I'll second.
Okay, good.
those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, what we got? Okay,
Memo on
Mr. Bach. We've talked
Bach.
We've exhausted. We've given our recommendation to him. He's obviously not happy. So if you want to consider his request for reimbursement, it should be on his opportunity to talk to you on an agenda, I guess. Next agenda, our agenda.
Or do you even want it, or do you want to take it up, period?
Or do you want to take it up? Yes, that's correct. You're satisfied with our report, or
Yep.
do you want to give him a chance to speak before you?
I move
I
we
would
decline
move
to take action at this time.
Accept the report. Second.
I think this is a tricky one. If someone has a beef with the way in which we do something, we're just sort of closing this off before having a conversation. It just sort of feels like a summary resolution here tonight. I'm really sort of torn on this one.
I mean, the staff memo is very complete. I think there's been a lot of conversations about the way that we do things.
He has in his corner one of the best plumbers in the community that's evaluated this. Now, I'm not in a position on the technical background to evaluate this, but this isn't somebody that's making a crazy claim. There's been a lot of thought that went into this, and I just want to make sure we give people a fair hearing. So,
I mean, both the city considered it and ICAP considered it. And they didn't think it was worth pursuing.
yep. Okay.
Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried. Next is memo on street parking concern on Stonehaven Drive.
That's the no parking on the curb. Is that the one? That's no parking on the curve.
Yeah.
Got so many I read, I forgot.
Is there interest in taking this up, or just thank you for the I'll just frame it. Accept the memo and thank you for the email.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, did you catch the memo? I mean, the motion? Taylor?
Yes.
Okay. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Next is memo on food at first parking meter enforcement hours. Is there an interest in taking this up, or just decline to take any action on it?
This time.
What's that?
Decline.
Decline. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed? Carried. Memo on pedestrian safety at Graves Avenue and Sunset Drive.
So it looks like there's
Seems like
already
it's
a
already, yeah,
reconstruction
being addressed.
project that may address this.
Justin, do you want to comment on that one for us, please, real quick?
It's supposed to be gray, or is it really grave? Typo it wrong.
we received a request for looking at Gray and Sunset, the pedestrian crossings there. We had a project already, I think, under construction by the time we got the request. I think what we're doing there already planned is going to address a lot of what's there. So my recommendation is let the construction happen and let's evaluate if our changes that are already in place there fix what's happening there. Updated pedestrian ramps and sight lines and whatnot is what's happening there. So that would be my recommendation.
It's supposed to be gray.
Gray, yeah, it's
Yeah.
gray. I think it says grave on
It's gray.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is in
wondered
the
about
campus
that.
town
I was
area.
like, where's
I wasn't. I tried it on Google
Scary-
Maps and it
it's
didn't come
scary,
up. So I thought, well, what's going on there? So just decline. I mean, just
Well, or could we move to have a communication sent to the individual that made the remark to update them on what we are doing?
I'll second.
so asking staff essentially to
Yeah.
Yeah.
Share the memo.
Share
and
the-
Right.
Share the memo.
Mhm.
Yeah. Thank you.
okay. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Next is north-south railroad quiet zone. Is there any interest on that, or just decline?
Move we decline at this time.
Yep. Second.
All right. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. And the last is Manassas annexation request memo.
Move we put this on a future agenda.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. All right. Report of governing body. Discover Ames. Any report tonight?
Nope.
We had an executive board meeting, and other than discussing the event center, we did approve an additional community grant for the Frozen 5K at the ice arena.
Oh.
So that's going to be a fundraiser that's coming up this winter.
on it.
Yes.
That's it.
Thank you. Ames Regional Economic Alliance. Your report.
Friday. Yep. Nothing since the last one.
Story County Emergency Management doesn't meet until I think it's October. Transit.
We approved the agency safety plan and awarded the contract for the 2026 steam clean bag waste replacement.
Okay. Thank you. Trey, we'll start with you tonight.
Yeah, just exciting to see the students back for class. I think the study committee is a great opportunity for students to possibly get involved. Also, student government meets for the first time tomorrow, so just getting back in the swing of everything in that regard too. So yeah.
Thank you. Tim?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm up next.
Yep.
Two things. We had a police officer injured on I think it was a stop on the interstate, and so we just wish the officer a speedy recovery. And it reminds us that we have people doing very dangerous things all the time, and so we appreciate our staff. And tonight is Mark Lambert's last city council meeting as our city attorney. And of course, it has to be one that runs to 10:25. We couldn't have a
short
5-minute
one.
meeting. But thank you for your service. And Mark's retirement gathering is Friday from 2 to 4 with program at 3. Thanks.
Bronwyn?
Yes, thanks to Mark for his service to the city of Ames, and it's an exciting time for Ames. We've got a lot of events that we've done or that are coming up. We had Cyclone Welcome Weekend last weekend. Students are back. Happy to have the hustle and bustle in town again. And then tomorrow's Welcome Fest. It seems like a really packed calendar, so it's a fun time in Ames. That's all for me. Thank you.
Peter?
Nothing else for me? Thanks.
Amber?
Nothing for me.
Rich?
Yeah, just thank you, Mark, and nothing else.
Gloria?
I'm looking forward to getting the data center study committee underway, and I hope that there will be those who will apply to be on the committee. The online application should go live tomorrow for anyone who is interested. So Wednesday the 26th. And I also want to thank Mark for his service. And I can't remember, was the Ride celebration after our last meeting? So 50 years of Ride. I learned a lot from the presentations, and I really appreciated that event. and I talked to a number of people there who were all very impressed by the event and by the service that we have. So
Yeah.
kudos to Skyride.
That's right.
That's it for me.
Thank you. Entertain motion to adjourn.
Move we adjourn.
Second.
All right. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned.